we have a printed agenda?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a printed agenda? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got you, Jim. I was talking about audience. That's okay. Yeah. Can I test this? Can people hear me in the back okay? Are we all right?
Be louder.
Okay. Thank you.
Louder.
Louder. So I'm going to lean into this.
Yeah.
You can be quiet. Nice all right, guys. All right, if everybody could keep your voices down in the room. I do think the acoustics are very difficult for those. We're going to go ahead and get started first with our business meeting for the month of July. So we'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance. All right, thanks all. If you see in the first opening of this meeting today, the call to order, I am actually going to defer yes, this is being recorded for anyone online and or in the audience. So for the first opening business, the acceptance of the minutes for the June 21st meeting, I'm personally requesting that we defer those to the next month. With shifts and changes we had in the secretary, assistant secretary presence, I just need more time to get those minutes accurate. So we'll defer that and those will be approved next meeting. For notice, the next meeting dates, they'll be August 16th, 2025 and September 20th are the current plans. My chair's report will be in the next meeting, but I do want to just acknowledge serving as chair. We've had a lot of transitions since the last meeting, so that will take up some of our early business, but I'll talk more about that in detail in the annual meeting for all members who are present at 9:30. So let's move to our first order of business. Can I have a motion to approve Patricia Sprouse as the interim board? Oh, let me get some, I need to get background on that first. I'm not liking the order here, guys, sorry. Last month, we had a couple of resignations from the board of directors, 3 in total. The first vacancy was filled according to our bylaws. We had our first resignation prior to our last meeting. The process for that, if you look at the bylaws, Article 7, Section 4, talks about how the board shall fill the vacant seats. That is, when you read through the legalese and what we think is defendable in court, that the board has to take every opportunity to fill those seats and keep us as a 9-member board. You have 2 ways of filling those seats. The first being, if there were runners-up in the previous year's election, they are then automatically offered the seat. If they decline, you move down the line of people in runner-up from the previous election. So we did have the first resignation was prior to the June meeting. Therefore, we only had 1 runner-up from last August was seated at last month's meeting. That was Bill Dorner. We then had 2 subsequent resignations from the board of directors. No more runners-up to appoint from the previous election in that space. So then we did develop a process where we announced to the village, if you are interested in serving as an interim director, you need to submit your information and packet, your resume. We wanted to understand your intent for being on the board for this temporary interim time. We had 2 people who applied for that position or submitted their interest to be considered. Those 2 people, therefore, were by default. There wasn't much discussion or debate, but they filled those roles. I am grateful for 2 people stepping up, though, and volunteering to put their time in to be here. So with that, we'll make the motion. First, we're going to have a motion for approving Patricia Sprouse as an interim board member until August 16th, 2025.
I make a motion.
Second. First.
Any discussion?
Okay. Can we vote for that? All in favor? Aye. Any nays? Thanks, Jen. Any nays? Okay. Motion is passed. Patricia Sprouse as now a member of the board of directors. You can come up and cut your spot.
Thank you.
You can turn your clock around. We didn't make you any back temporary. Just turn it right there. All right. Our second, can we have a motion for the approval of Elias Sade, am I saying that Sade, as an interim board member until August 16th, 2025.
I'll make the
Will you
motion.
make the motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
discussion? All in favor? Aye. Joanne? Any nays? All right, motion's passed unanimously. Elias, come on, please. All right, so now since we are back to having a full board, 9-member board, at this point in time, we're going to do, what we kind of refer to as a reorg for our officer positions, because many of the people who had resigned and or had to shift because of resignations, we had open officer positions. So our first position to talk about is our vice chair. It's currently vacant as I was the previously elected vice chair, now stepped into the chair role in that absence. Do I have a motion for, or not anyone to nominate for vice chair role?
I nominate Wade.
I'll second.
Bill, Tree. Okay, so we have Karen nominating Wade with, Joanne, I'm gonna have you be the second on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, any discussion or anyone else want to be nominated? Okay, all in favor of Wade as vice chair?
Aye.
Do I have any nays? All right, unanimously, thank you, Wade, for being vice chair, and I appreciate that. All right, let's move to treasurer. Do I have a motion for, board of director to serve as the treasurer role, officer role?
I nominate Joanne.
Karen, do
Nominate Joanne.
I have any other nominations?
Nominate Bill.
Any other nominations? All right, discussion. We have Joanne Andrus and we have Bill on the table to be considered for treasurer.
I guess on a discussion point, we have 2 nominations. For clarity, there's 2 nominations, so each member of the board has 1 vote. So just open and transparent. So only 1.
All right, no other concerns, questions, thoughts of people? All right, let's go around and do a vote. Well, Joanne, I'll start with you. You're on the phone, so don't forget. Your vote, Joanne?
Yes, I vote for May.
All right, Tom?
Joanne.
Bill?
I'll recuse.
Which is important.
I'll step down. I don't know.
So you're in it now.
I'm not gonna turn it down. I'm gonna turn it down.
Oh, you're recusing the
I'm not
nomination.
myself. I'm not gonna accept.
Recusing the nomination. Okay, so then that now only leaves us with Joanne as an option. Any other discussions? If that changes anything, now we have 1 option.
I vote no then.
You vote no.
I also vote no.
Elias, you want to go?
I vote yes to Joanne.
Yes to Joanne.
Aaron is a yes.
Yes.
Wade is a yes. And I also vote yes. Okay. Motion is passed. Joanne Andrus, you're officially treasurer. Thank you for
Congratulations.
for volunteering and putting in the effort. All right, so next up will be a motion for a vice treasurer. Do I have a nomination?
I'd like to nominate Tom Trevor. Do you accept?
Yes.
Do you have any other nominations?
Let's nominate Pat.
Any other nominations?
Was there a second one? We have nominated Pat. I'll second that.
Did you hear that okay, Joanne?
I did not hear that.
So Tom was nominated by Wade, correct? Which he did accept that nomination, and then Elias nominated Pat Sprouse, which she's accepting.
Yes,
And she is accepting that nomination.
She accepted it?
She did. We have no other nominations before we can move into discussion. Tricia, I know you and I have had a little bit of brief conversation yesterday. You have some background in finances and such there, so feeling comfortable with that responsibility and role being position.
Yes, 40 years in banking. I'm comfortable with that.
Any other discussion points?
I'll rescind.
Sorry,
I'll rescind.
you're going to rescind.
He's
There's your
recusing.
recusing.
He's withdrawing his nomination.
Okay, all right.
So we're only voting for Pat. Pat Sprouse.
Any other thoughts adding to that? All right, so let's go ahead and vote then if there's no other discussion. Joanne, can I start with you again first? Now you only have Pat Sprouse as an accepted nomination.
Yes, I vote for Pat, yes.
Yes. Tom, can I start with you?
Sure, Pat.
So Tom is a yes to Pat.
Yes.
Bill is a yes.
Yes.
Seth is a yes. Lex?
Yes.
Yes.
You may read it. You'll be ready for your support, I promise. Yes.
And yes.
And I also vote yes. Okay, that's unanimous. Yes, we have a vice treasurer. All right. So now our last seat is assistant secretary. Do I have any nominations for assistant secretary?
I nominate Karen.
Karen, you've been nominated by Joanne.
I heard.
Do you accept that?
This is for a month.
This is for 19 days or so. Yes. You'll accept?
Sure.
It's really today, so, yeah, I'll take notes today. Okay, great. Which I'm also doing. Okay, we have one nomination on the floor for Karen. Any discussion? All right, let's vote.
Who's the second?
Oh,
I seconded.
So Pat. I'm just doing those.
All right, so Joanne nominated. All right, let's go ahead and vote. How about, Joanne, I'll start with you again, just so I don't forget you.
Yes.
All right, Joanne is a yes. Elias?
Yes.
Pat?
Yes.
Karen? Okay. Wade?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Seth?
Yes.
And I will be also a yes. Are unanimous? Thank you. All right, thank you. It does feel nice to have some support around me, so I appreciate everyone for volunteering. I know that it's a lot of work and extra effort as volunteers. All right, let's go ahead and move into our business for the morning. So we have our first item of business is revising the board code of conduct policy. We're not actually changing any of the actual rules or policies. We're adjusting in the footnote. The footnote had a comment of, read it exactly. It had a, I should read the whole sentence. Failure to comply with the board code of conduct could result in censure by, it says, the original one right now says two-thirds vote of the sitting board and possible removal from Locust Lake Village Board of Directors. We're now asking to update it from the phrase two-thirds to be 7. Our bylaws say that you need 7 board members to vote. The reason this is being adjusted because in the past couple of weeks, while we were only a 7 board member, until we were now filled to 9, two-thirds would have actually been more like 5, and that would not have agreed with our bylaws. So we're just making sure that the footnote matches our bylaws, exactly with 7 people. Do I have a motion on the table?
I'll motion.
All right,
I'll
Karen.
mention here for a second.
All right, so Karen is motioning and Joanne is the second. I've got people taking notes, so I don't have to be as studious here. Do I have any discussion?
Yeah, that was brought up about a year ago now. Yeah, we brought that up about a year ago, and it was just a formality. This still hadn't been changed. It's a firm 7 in the bylaws for removal of the director, and so we're making it correct.
Any other discussion? Second. All right. Who's in favor? Aye.
Yes.
I just noticed that thing. Any nays? Okay. All right, the motion is passed unanimously. All right. We'll move on then to a motion to approve July 23rd, 2025 as the date for members in good standing. This date has to be identified and confirmed by the board of directors working with the company who handles our annual election. This date will now be the date that the office runs the report of who is all paid up, annual dues, any fees or fines that they might have outstanding. You're now considered in good standing or not in good standing as of that date. That list is provided to the company who then mails the ballots and reviews votes received. Only votes of members in good standing will count in the annual election. Do we have a motion to go with the date of July 23rd, 2025 as the date for members in good standing?
I'll make the motion.
My second.
All right, Karen has made the motion, Wade has seconded. Discussion.
Just have to mention that it is in the bylaws that we have to do this.
Correct. in our voting process. I think that is still in Article 7.
I don't remember specifically, but we
But
have.
it's spelled out in the bylaws, correct? Any other discussion, question? Do we want to vote for that? All in favor? Any nays? All right, that is passed unanimously. We have approved that July 23, 2025 will be the date for representative standing this annual election. Next order of business is a motion to approve the interview policy for full-time employees, including a standard operating procedure that was created. For awareness, this was to ensure that we had consistent and strong processes within the office of ensuring that board of directors had an opportunity to participate in interviews and decision-making for full-time candidates. That SOP has been created. We are moving to a process where these policies will be formalized, approved, and then we're building a manual of standard operating procedures for how the office functions, particularly as it is interconnected with the board. This helps us if there is ever shifts and changes in management, things stay consistent. One manager can't do it this way, one manager does it that way. It's a consistent process that we're going to follow. Do I have a motion to approve the interview policy for full-time employees and the standard operating procedures?
I make a motion.
I'll second.
Wade has made the motion and Tom has seconded it. Any discussion?
Yes. I'll get the right mic this time. Now, the reason we were doing this is that in the past it was unwritten, and there would be interviews for full-time. In the bylaws, it's required that the board make a decision to hire or fire, and a full-time position. Part-time is 100% with the manager and the committee chairs. So we wanted to, we've seen in the past a hire only lasting maybe 3-4 months and then problems. So, and when we got into it, and reviewing it and discussion at the last workshop, we said, there is no even invitation for the board to entertain, either by Zoom or to attend the interviewing process. So this is a step forward to try to get where everybody on the board is a board of 9, not a board of 3 or 1 or 4. It's 9. And you have an opportunity. If you don't want to go, you don't go. But you're able this way to make an informed decision on a hire or a fire. So that's why we did it.
Any other discussion? All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Joanne, I didn't hear your response. Joanne and Garrett?
I'm sorry, yes, I didn't get all to be.
That's okay. All right, thank you. All right, so any no nays? All right. That is passed unanimously for the motion to approve the interview policy for full-time employees. Our next item of business is approving an addendum to the April 19th, 2025 minutes. In this one, the minutes reflected one board of director absent. There had been prior communication by this board of director that they would be traveling, therefore would not be physically present, and were requesting to participate via watching the Zoom, or not the Zoom, YouTube link, and in interacting via text message, because that was the best we could hear within the environment in which they were at. The evidence of those email exchanges were done. It was sent to all the board members. We did have a board member who agreed to interact with them via text to do their participation. And we've seen some text messages in that sense. I do think that there were probably misses in conveying all of the comments in that text message to the secretaries who were taking minutes and notes. So the request is to addendum the April 19th, 2025 minutes that were approved in May, as they were stated, to mark this board of directors present instead of absent. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Yes, I'll motion.
All right, so Joanne has the motion,
I second it.
and Wade has seconded the motion.
Now we discuss.
Yeah, discussion? Is that-
I have a discussion on this one. Being a secretary, I have to follow strict rules in the way I record the minutes. Robert's Rules of Order does not allow texting. It's not a form of communication where you can take part live in the meeting. Robert's Rules of Order state to be in attendance, you need to be communicating during the meeting. She was not. I also went back to the videos to see if there were any votes from Joanne. There were not. The minutes were created in the month of April after the meeting and given out to all board members to review, and they were approved in the month of May. We're now going 3 months later to change it without physically having any effect. What is the reason for the need to change these minutes? None. I have to obey Robert's Rules of Orders. If you want to be in attendance, there's ways of doing it. If we want to allow texting, we need to change our bylaws. And until we change our bylaws, texting is not a valid form of attending a meeting.
Other discussion?
I'll say something on it. So we have, we have multiple forms of governing documents, and we actually have our attorney here present today, but he can validate that, but the Robert's Rules is mentioned in our bylaws as one of our other documents. But there's another one, is we are, under corporate law, we are allowed to have, under corporate law, and Mr. Malaska has weighed in on this, the members of the board can telephonically join meetings and attend meetings. And I posed that, you know, she was on the horn, so to speak, the member, Joanne Andrus, that she was on the horn and attending via telephonic means. It doesn't discriminate against voice or text. Although obviously, in my opinion, you should participate in the meeting. And I thought I saw some email traffic and some text traffic showing thumbs up. So there was attendance taken for some of the motions, not all. But that would not be, but the secretary would not know that during the meeting or afterwards.
I would if I was told there was a vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that, to me, and then it's an area that we're gray on, and I mean, we can stick with it, we can avoid it.
Why 3 months later?
I don't know that question, I don't know the answer to that.
Can we get an attorney's interpretation?
Easier.
May I do my discussion first, real quick? I just, as a board member, not as chair, my opinion is, I mean, I agree, it gets a little vague. We clearly had miss in communicating her responses via text to the secretaries to record them in that sense. I agree that it's very, very vague and very, very gray. We don't have clarity. However, in my opinion, there was a request sent by email to all board of directors at the time proposing this approach. No one gave a problem with it at that time. No one, so in my opinion, we accepted it by not saying you can't do that. At that time, we're asking to addend that there was presence, not necessarily participation. I do think that gets us the next problem, if there's not the next problem, the next subsequent item is if there's presence, then we need to figure out what were her votes and how do you equate her participation in that sense. But right now, the motion is specifically for addending it for being present. So I just wanted to make that clear.
I agree with Seth that he didn't know about it. He's, you know, the minutes were modified. Can we read that?
Joanne.
She can mute her, she's not supposed to be talking. So we have a situation where we don't have a real good process for the attendance portion, but Seth's got a good point that the person, when we actually approved those minutes, we missed it. We actually approved it, but she was marked as absent. And it was after the fact that it was brought to our attention that she did telephonically. So we're trying to amend it. So I feel that in good conscience, we should entertain it just like we're doing, and we should just make a vote for it. And whether it's amended or it's not, and move on. That's my 2 cents.
I do want to be clear, legal counsel is here for the annual meeting. In that sense, he happens to be present now for this business meeting, but we normally would not have him in the meeting for normal motions.
Sure, I will try to think on the fly, but I'm coming into this cold. So at the April meeting, Joanne Andrus participated telephonically.
She's
Text.
texting and
Okay,
watching
well,
the YouTube live.
Okay.
Was her?
She's either participating in one medium or she's not. Was she participating by phone?
No.
Yes, there is, in my interpretation, I see evidence of the live stream is not on. I see it when they get to she gives her report for bylaws. When they get to bylaws, I have no updates, we didn't meet. Then there is going to the bathroom, like a checkout.
Well,
I return from the bathroom,
maybe
and there were
simple.
like a few yays or
At the
a thumbs
beginning
up.
of the meeting, can the board see the live stream when the meeting starts? Like, can you see this?
The person who's managing it right
The
there.
the reason I ask is, at the beginning of the meeting, the director who was participating outside the, physically, was there some confirmation, Joanne, are you present and attending for this meeting? Was that done?
So
Okay.
she does it on text message to Joe. I don't think it was conveyed from Joe to other, to the secretary, does not.
Okay.
Anyone on board, I went back to the video.
I mean, generally, at the beginning of the meeting, you do a roll call, and you identify presence in person or virtually. If that wasn't done, I mean, obviously, you know, I would not recommend trying it this way again. Were there any votes that were hinged on Joanne's participation?
No.
So the issue is, do you want to reflect in the minutes that she was present for the meeting?
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't think, it's definitely not expressly authorized. Was there some way she was able, well, the basis in the law is, can everyone hear what she's communicating? If that wasn't the case, then I probably, but without further research, I'd probably recommend that she was not present, because everyone could not hear her as part of the meeting.
Any other discussion from board members?
Well, did you have something?
I do. For the benefit of folks who may not know why this is so important, I think there's an elephant in the room, and I would like to have it put onto the table. Why is it so important to amend the set of minutes? What's behind this?
There, I mean, I think.
I have a theory. So there was a bunch of emails and traffic, sorry. There's a bunch of emails and traffic about board directors removal. And it's clearly specified in our bylaws that a member could be removed. If they're negligent, a board member, any of us can be removed if 7 of the other board members complete a process and they vote for the removal of that person based on an inaction or negligence, or the missing of 3 meetings. This would be the 3rd meeting of missing if it was deemed a miss, that Joanne Andrus would then meet the standard for a vote.
To be considered.
To be considered. Now again, there's another milestone, so we would have to vote on, and this came up in the workshop, so it's public information. I said, well, why are we messing with this? Because it takes 7 directors to get it. So you have to first meet the standard, and that means approve the minutes, do not change it, make it a miss, and then you need to have a vote. It has to pass. And then there's a formal investigation by a committee appointed in the community to investigate. And then the board would vote at the next regular meeting for the removal of that director, and it either passes or fails. So this is why. And there was an elephant in the room, and I broached it at the workshop. So to me, this is a good point of one of our directors. He's doing his job. We have a gray area. We need to make it better. But if this is, I think we need to vote and move on.
Trey, do you want to add anything?
I just want to ask, I was present, I wasn't down. I told you, I was there, I can't control whether he spoke it out or not, because he agreed that he was gonna do that for me, and he failed to do that. And this is working a dead horse there. I voted on every motion, I gave a report out for final meeting. Sorry that people don't like it now, but kind of after the fact, and honestly, I can hear better when I was able to watch it by YouTube and then text, and I can hear now. A lot of what I hear now is smartphone last to text. Just because we don't have great technology doesn't mean I should be punished. I participated. This is just an attempt to remove it from the board, which isn't going to work depending on what we do board members. So I hope we can move on.
Okay, discussion's complete.
Any discussion?
So just to summarize what I Line mic, please. I guess just there's a lot of back and forth, so I just want to understand the summary. The minutes as they stand now, she's absent.
Correct.
There was brought forward, should she not be absent based on the presentation? And then our legal counsel just acknowledged that, you know, right now it stands as absent, and you'd have to have, I think if I'm paraphrasing correctly, you'd have to have a good amount of support to kind of overturn something. And I guess what I'm hearing, if I'm not saying, but it sounds like the participation might be the key. It seems like there's an attempt to start the meeting as a remote participant. I think what I'm hearing is, did that cease after a certain period of time, and were we all aware?
That's additional information.
Okay.
Again, I'm getting this cold. I just want to be clear about something. Was there an attempt at the beginning of the meeting for Joanne to log into the meeting such that everyone would have been able to hear her?
There was agreement weeks in advance, I believe it was weeks in advance, via email, where, one board member said, I'm gonna have to phone in, similar to what's happening here, which I will admit is a pretty common practice for board members, who are, typically you call in, you listen and you talk directly. One member had said, I need to phone in for the April meeting. Joanne was the next respondent saying, I also will not be able to be present, and where it will be located is very noisy and very loud, and I'm afraid that a phone will not be effective method. Like, I'm adding my own connotation here, but it would be better if I could watch YouTube, and I will text my answers so that I can hear better via watching it on my laptop. But the YouTube platform that we use for the live stream does not allow communication on that platform, so we always have to have a second one. So she chose the texting.
My answer, based on that, would still remain the same unless at some prior time the board voted to permit her to participate in that manner. So if the board voted, we understand your situation, we're going to grant you this opportunity to participate in this manner, then she would be present for the meeting. Unless the board memorialized that decision, I don't think she was present, because she could watch YouTube, she could text to one person, but no one else, she couldn't communicate with all of you or vice versa. So that's my concern. I think you're permitted to participate virtually or on the phone, but everyone in the remainder of the board has to be able to hear and communicate with you. So without, a text goes to one person. Now, was the text sent to all 8 of you?
No.
Okay, so I think based on what's been provided, I'm comfortable with my conclusion. So I believe, based on what you said, I think she'd be absent for the purpose of the meeting.
Okay, so our legal counsel is advised, he's been recognized, he's done. We're in the middle of a discussion of our directors to make a decision of whether we amend or not. I would move that we continue with the vote.
The motion. Any other discussion?
So I'm clear, the minutes as written say that Joanne was absent at the April meeting. Okay, so there's a
This is a
motion to amend those minutes.
as her present.
Okay.
All right, so are we ready to vote then? I'll start with you guys, because I suspect you weren't here.
You,
Elias, you were at this.
Can we vote if we weren't at the meetings?
Right, that's what, I suspect the two of you would abstain since you weren't at the April meeting.
I guess I would abstain.
Actually, I'm going to vote against amending the minutes because I have served as a corporate secretary and I have, I've served as a secretary and it's a thankless job and I have empathy for Seth's position. He did his job, he circulated a draft copy of the minutes after the meeting. People have the opportunity and the obligation, if you're on the board, to review those minutes and point out any errors. As Seth said, that did not occur. And therefore, based on that and the recommendation of legal counsel, I'm going to vote against it. This is not a vote against kicking anyone off the board, it is merely process.
Thank you. So you are a vote for no.
Yeah.
Karen?
I'm talking.
Karen,
I've called in quite a few times. It's very difficult to hear on the phone. If somebody missed the minutes, I understand that, but calling in is very challenging. And you're still a part of the meeting. I believe she was still a part of the meeting. I think it's unfortunate that we missed this. And I don't think it's a removal from the board issue.
Yes or
We're not,
Is it a yes or no?
Yes or no?
it's not a removal, it's
Yes,
just
or
a
no?
modify.
You know,
To
it's
modify.
It's just
Are
amendment.
you saying yes to modify?
Yes, to modify. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Seth, you go.
That's all right.
We heard discussion, we heard our legal counsel opinion, so I have to follow my fiduciary duty and say no, not amend the minutes based on what we just heard as discussion.
I was not a member of the board at the time, but I do have to follow the attorney's recommendation and everything. I already gave my opinion, so I won't waste more time, and I'll just say no.
Wait.
I say yes. I feel that, I felt she should understand.
I mean, I appreciate that. I think based on where we should have go from there, I do think that based on precedent, I'm gonna go with this based on precedent. I also have attended virtually. I was part of the email chain that did not, at the time, say you can't do that, you shouldn't do that. Therefore, I don't know that we set anybody up for recognition that this would absolutely count as an absence, even if they called in or participated, so I'm gonna say yes. What does that leave us with?
Split vote, so it does not say yes.
Correct. Doesn't pass or as a revote. We can add.
Oh, Joanne, yes, Joanne.
She gets the vote. That's right.
Yes, modify, yes, please.
Thank you. Greg?
So it's 4 with one abstention? Yes.
Yes.
No, motion fails.
Motion fails.
So that means it's considered a miss.
Hold on, is it Elias abstained? Have as a no.
Do you want to vote?
Sorry.
Okay.
I know I wasn't there, but based on everything that was there and based on, you know, her texting and she was watching the Zoom, I've done many.
I don't think you can change, you can't change.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Well, I was virtual too, but I didn't fall into this
Well, actually,
category. I was
Yeah.
fully participating in the whole meeting, and everything was fair, I was virtual.
Okay.
So,
I see.
so that motion just failed. So that-
Yes.
Okay. So I make a motion that we reconsider this motion to allow for Elias to vote to be counted. We allowed that. We can still do this.
Well, we're gonna keep going in circles. It's
What?
not on the
I'm
agenda.
hearing a member that wants to vote now, but you're trying to remove it in your favor. We can restate the motion and do another vote.
You can't abstain.
No, this one's, no, this is done. I'm going to make a motion that we reconsider the same exact thing, but recognize Elias. He asked, so it's a motion.
Let's make a motion, let's make a motion.
Make
and
a second. Make a
My
second.
question is, it's not on the list of the agenda.
That doesn't matter, any board of director can make a motion at a time. It has to be seconded. Is there someone who wants to second Wade's motion to re-review the same thing? To have the April?
It's the same thing, so you can vote.
Yes.
All right, so
Yes.
Wade is making the motion to reconsider the same motion, and Elias is seconding it. Do you need any more discussion? Joanne, can you mute unless you're answering, just because it's distracting? Okay, let's, all right, so Joanne is a yes. Elias,
It's a yes.
kind of, still no?
She changed it. Yes.
Are we revoting the motion?
Yes.
No,
I still vote no.
Well, if he's making a new motion,
To recognize Elias.
Well, we have
I
to
think
vote
you
again.
got it.
Let's send this off to Pat. The vote was to tie the motion failed. If there's a new motion, it needs to be put into the record, seconded, and voted upon. Now, what I'm anticipating is that motion is gonna simply be to recast or to allow, so there's two votes. One, to determine if there will be another vote, and then the second substantive vote.
Yes.
So if we
So
don't
the
like the
motion is
result,
still-
we can just try to keep redoing it?
Yes.
Yes, and that's,
It's legal.
What we're doing.
It's legal.
It's not an invalid motion, whether I think it's the right thing to do is a whole other story, but I don't think it's really.
All right, so.
Sorry guys, it's just more information that I started gathering after everybody had their discussion. I just didn't feel right about abstaining about something, you know, it's,
She's been on here for half an hour, I get it. All right, so for clarity, the first motion failed, because it's a tie. There was another in the moment, motion by Wade to make the motion to approve the July 20, I'm sorry.
Well, this is a motion to allow a revote on the motion.
Yes. that's a
Okay,
vote.
a motion to allow a revote on the motion. Okay, so that is what you're voting for now. So you want to allow for a revote. Wade made the first motion. Elias, you're seconding the
Yeah.
request to make a second, to allow it to be done. Joanne said yes, she wants to allow it. You were saying yes, you want to allow it.
yeah.
Pat,
Yes, allow.
yes, to allow it. Karen,
Allow it.
yes. Wade is a yes.
I thought it was discussion before we voted.
Oh,
This is like the fourth time that we're having this already per se.
Look, folks, is she in a public place?
yeah.
This is
This
a
is
private,
serious.
normal meeting.
I can barely hear. It was better when I could watch it on YouTube, whoever's putting that
It's
on.
not our problem.
Because you get in and out, I have to get a text on it. so-
She needs
But
to
we
get a private
are
space
having
to recuse
trouble,
herself.
Joanne, we are having trouble hearing here because of your background noise. So you need to mute yourself unless you're talking.
She needs to find a private spot.
Can you hear me say that? Thank you.
Yeah, I just muted that.
Okay, thank you.
I raised a question for process. You do a motion, a second. You do a motion, a second, then you have discussion, then you vote, right?
I'm sorry, I thought we had already done that. I didn't realize we needed to do that again. I'm happy to go back and do it
Okay.
again. All right.
There was a motion
Let
and
me
a
start,
second.
let me start
Go
with the
ahead.
process again, please. Okay, so we had a motion by board of director in the moment, outside of the agenda, to consider, to approve a second consideration of the original motion that had just failed, which was the motion to addend the April 19th, 2025 minutes to represent Joanne Andrews as present. Wade made the motion, Elias seconded it. Is there any discussion on the request to make this motion to reconsider?
Yes, I'd like that discussion. I think we had discussion. I understand Elias's point, gathering more information, but we just had legal counsel give an opinion. We had the secretary point out Robert's rules, so we heard evidence that we as a fiduciary duty have to follow whether we like it or not. So I feel like once we had a motion pass or fail, we didn't like the result, we're redoing it, but we already heard the discussion from legal counsel, and I'm just kind of questioning the fiduciary duty of a board member, what I need to do as me personally as a board member, when I just heard legal counsel give his opinion. Like, are we gonna re-vote again to go against what legal counsel just said? in the
Clearly, there was a
meeting?
request to do that, so that was the
It puts
request.
us in a weird position.
As well as the fact that if I don't like the outcome of this motion, I guess I can motion again to vote
We
yet
can go in
again.
circles.
You could.
Yes, we could.
That's-
Yes.
It's parliamentary law, and parliament procedure.
And we're 14 minutes overdue already for the annual meeting, but you guys will. Okay, so any other discussion? No, okay, let's go for a vote. Elias, can I start with you? This is the motion to reconsider the last motion that failed by addending the April 19th
Yes.
minutes. Elias is a yes.
No.
Pat is a no to reconsider. We're not, so this is just, we have the first motion.
Yes,
You go-
I agree to
Consider,
reconsider.
thank you. Karen is a yes.
Yes.
Tom?
No.
Tom is a no. Bill?
No.
Bill is a no.
I'm a no.
Seth is a no. Joanne, what is your vote? Oh, Joanne, you had already said yes to reconsider?
Yeah.
So we have 5 yeses and 3 noes. I'm gonna be a yes. Okay. The motion has passed to reconsider the motion. So now I'm going to ask to motion to approve the addendum for the April 19th, 2025 meeting minutes to reflect Joanne Andrews as present based on the evidence that was provided and discussion. Do I have a motion?
Yes, motion that.
All right, Wade is being a first motioner for that. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Elias is the second. All right, discussion on this.
Yeah, I'm gonna restate this one more time. Because I have the job of being the secretary. Whether I agree or disagree, I have to do my job. Robert's Rules of Orders clearly state, as well as legal counsel, that if you cannot communicate to the entire board during the meeting, you are not here. It doesn't matter if a mistake was made and one person said they will text. That is not their responsibility. As legal counsel has already said, it is the board's responsibility. Nobody in the board made a motion to say that she can text in. Nobody ever agreed with it. It was never brought up at the time the minutes were made. She was given 2 to 3 weeks to approve those minutes. It was never brought up. It was approved the following month, never brought up. We're now 3 months later, wanting to go back and change the minutes, which have already been proven valid and signed off and voted on as being valid. If you want to change it, you're breaking our own bylaws.
Any other discussion?
Which bylaw are we breaking?
The bylaws would have to state if texting is allowed.
Do the bylaws state that we can phone them right now?
That they are participating in full in the meeting. That's the thing, you need to be able to
So I just
participate.
want to be clear. If
The
we're-
bylaws don't have to state it, as long as they're fully participating in the meeting. Texting is not fully participating.
Okay, so your argument is that texting is not considered fully participating.
Well, that's the opinion of the attorney.
I'm clarifying the discussion. I'm just asking to make sure I understand the statement for myself. Any other discussion?
I do understand, Seth, and I'm sorry about being this controversial at the first day ahead. But at this point, she's on YouTube, and texting is a form of communication. She did text and communicate to a board member that was not conveyed to everyone else. This is what I get, right? So, perfect example, I will be the same place she is right now in Italy in September. So, am I gonna have a good signal to communicate, or am I gonna have a good signal to, what I will do is put everybody on this chain, yes or no, and keep communicating, if I cannot have verbal communication. And I'll get that approved, and what we can do is fix this and move on. Our attorney's opinion and, validation is important, but then we're also a group of directors that could make individual opinions and, decisions on the subject. So as far as my opinion goes, I think that she did. At first I abstained, but after hearing more detail, more information, I personally think there was communication. Texting is a form of communication,
Thank you.
in my opinion.
All right, thank you.
And just to re-clarify what I had said, since we're doing so many motions, it does seem like there is an effort to start the meeting. I think the crust of what I'm hearing is, was she fully present at the meeting throughout the entire part? And that's Joanne's accusation
Yeah.
that she was, but then we didn't have as a board affirmation back of that. There wasn't active communication through the entire board. There wasn't any verbal, hearing at the different vote times. So, it's the benefit of the doubt, or it's the making an assumption we know we don't want to assume. Was she there at the beginning? Sounds like it. Was she there in the middle, at the end? We don't have evidence of that. So I would have to follow, I guess, the chain of what we're hearing. Should we revisit this going forward to make it clear? Absolutely. Sounds like we need to.
Let's just get to the business of ordinance. Anybody else discussion? All right, let's vote. I've written names down in order, so I'm gonna call you by hierarchy. Tom?
No.
Bill?
No.
Seth?
No.
Joanne?
I vote yes to amendment.
Elias?
Yes.
Pat?
No.
Karen? Yes. Wade?
Yes.
And I'm going to say yes. So my original vote. So this leaves us with 4 noes, correct? And 5 yes. motion passes. I think that we will state that she's watching via YouTube and texted. Okay. Let's go to the next order of business, please.
Sure. The board has spoken. I recommend that that not be utilized in the future.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we will take offline now clarity on how you should participate, clarity on how you should check in, clarity. And honestly, that is why I voted the way that I did yes, because there had been precedent set and there had not been clarity or communication to a board director that this is inappropriate, and now we're going to do it after this fact, so, thank you.
Pat has something.
Yeah, I have something, just so we're all clear, is Joanne present or not present at this meeting? Can we make this official?
And I would
She's
consider,
she's on the phone, so I'll consider that. Everyone can hear her, so.
So, all right, so do we need to say that as a
No,
motion?
when you did the roll call,
Roll call.
she called in and everyone can hear her. So
and
she was
I said,
participating.
Joanne, can we hear you, so I did a test.
Okay, just want to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Good catch, thank you. All right, let's move on to the next set of business. So our next set of business is to write off $6,127.56 from account number 104-0221. Locust Lake, we received $3,000 due to a foreclosure sale on a property. That was all I got from there. Do I have a motion to move this forward? My motion. Karen has motioned. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Tom has seconded. Any discussion? Shall we move to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Joanna? Any nays?
Yeah.
All right, that is unanimously passed. Let's move on to the next one. The next one, order of business, is to write off $1,060 even for account number 100-3763. Locust Lake received $5,565.86 to satisfy the agreement. I will say that there has been discussion on ensuring that we are more clear with how any fees or fines will be managed once someone goes into a payment plan, or perhaps freezing them so that if they're making their payment plan appropriately and according to policy, they're not incurring these fees that would only be written off if they need it altogether. But this is the past precedent. Here's where we are, and we need to move forward because this account has satisfied the original payment plan. Do I have a motion to write off $1,060 for account 100-3763, in which Locust Lake received the agreed upon amount of $5,565.86? I'll make the motion. Karen makes it. Do I have a second?
Second.
So seconded. Discussion. No discussion? Shall we, all in favor of the motion? Aye. Joanne? Any nays? All right, that has the motion to write off $1,060 for account number 100-3763, in which Locust Lake received $5,565.86 has passed unanimously.
Excuse me, I would like to abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you say that. Okay, so not unanimous. We had one abstain by Patricia.
That was, when you say abstains for the write-off?
Yes.
For this write-off of $1,060.
Okay.
That's the only one you voted for him.
I voted for the other one, I voted to abstain on this one.
Got it.
All right, our next order of business is a motion to approve the Fair Hearing Committee recommendation for citation number 5898. Can someone remind me, is this the one that was about the STR? Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, do I have a motion to approve the Fair Hearing recommendations?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Tom has made the motion, Wade has seconded. Do I have any discussion? All in favor of upholding the recommendations of the Fair Hearing Committee for citation number 5898? Aye.
Aye.
Elias?
Abstain.
Okay. Elias is abstaining, Patricia is abstaining. Joanne, what are you doing?
This is mine, isn't it?
No, this is not.
Okay, I read, yeah.
So, do we have any nays? That was all otherwise yeses. The motion has passed to approve the Fair Hearing Committee recommendations for citation number 5898. All right, next next order of business is a motion to approve the Fair Hearing Committee recommendations for citation number 5960. This is one that involves a board director in that sense.
Yeah, there has to be, she needs to abstain on the
She has to recuse.
Do I have a motion first?
I'll make it first.
Bill will make the motion.
I'll second it.
And Tom will second it.
Yeah.
Discussion.
For the vote, she'll need to do that for the record.
Yeah, no, before the vote or during the vote?
Before.
Discussion on the table? Okay.
We had legal counsel advise us on this one during our workshop. Didn't we?
No.
No, I don't think it was this
Okay,
correct.
It was just
Yeah.
our workshop.
It was something else.
Sorry.
Our discussion on this particular citation was that, and I'm gonna try not to go into details, if other people choose to go into details, that's their space. The grievance, what broke a rule has been done by others in the past. It has occurred in the past. We have held the citations in the past, and there is precedent that other members have been held to the same standard, is what we talked about. And then therefore, we decided we needed to, or the discussion was most were in agreement that we needed to continue the same precedent. That's the conversation I remember.
Thank you for the clarity.
All right, no other discussion, let's move to vote. All in favor of upholding? Oh, sorry.
Abstain first.
Joanne, can you? First?
Yes, I'm abstaining. Don't worry.
You have to
My mom
Is it recuse yourself? Okay.
Did she recuse?
You have to say I'm recusing myself from this vote, Joanne?
I'm recusing myself.
All right, thank
Can
you.
you hear me?
Yeah, we heard you, thank you.
Okay.
All in favor of the motion to approve the Fair Hearing Committee recommendations for citation number 5960?
Yes.
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 Abstain?
Abstain.
Joanne recuse. Pat abstain, Elias abstain. And I had all other yeas, no other nays, correct? All right, the motion has passed to approve the Fair Hearing Committee recommendations for citation 5960, which is to hold the fine. All right, let's move on to the next order of business. Motion to approve the purchase of a new aeration fountain as per quote number 290737 that was dated on May 7th of 2025 from Tigris Aquatic Services in the amount of $8,190.62. That should be a decimal, not a comma, for East Lake. All funding shall come from the replacement reserve account. We do have a fountain there. It looks beautiful and it's working. That is on loan for free from the company because we are told them we will be finally getting this business approved and done soon. Do I have someone
I'll
to?
make the motion.
Tom's making the motion.
I'll second.
Aaron is seconding it. Any discussion? All right. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Yeah.
No nays. Okay, so that's unanimously passed that we have approved the purchase of the new aeration fountain as per quote number 290737 dated 5/7/25 from Tigris Aquatic Services in the amount of $8,190.62 for East Lake, coming from the replacement reserves. All right. Motion to approve the 2025 Tarnship Roads contract as per estimate. Cross-checking on this, Rob, that my numbers are accurate with our most recent conversations. Estimate number 3776 to be done in two phases. First phase in the amount of, this is accurate or should I read first? We had to make some last minute adjustments yesterday due to the price escalations and ensuring that we can cover everything over the two phases as we're so late in the season getting to this contract. So the total first phase will be $57,175. 57,175. The second phase, which would be the road surfacing, is $66,640. For a total amount of, is the total? This is right on my agenda. $123,815 from Coconut Spray Patch. All funding shall come from the Capital Improvement Fund. We did originally reach out to 7 total companies with the RFP. We only received one proposal. I'm gonna give a little background for everybody here. This has been on the agenda for a couple of months. There's been a lot of tension about road work, the total cost of it. It's gotten deferred a couple of months. Due to that deferment, the contractor now has filled their entire schedule. We are a very long-term customer of them. They are the only tar and chip company that tends to do work in this area. You know, although we always reach out to 7 or 8 places, this is the only company that tends to really come through and is willing to do work in the area. These roads that are being done, that are on the recommendation here were recommended by the Roads Committee. This is a committee of multiple people, many of whom have a significant experience in paving, excavating, and this work. These were the roads that are felt to be in dire straits and may not make it through the winter. This could put the residents who live on those roads, in a position where they may not really have appropriate access in and out of their homes, particularly as we go into another winter. These are ones that I personally feel, as a sheriff, talking as a board of director, that it is our diligence and duties, fiduciary duties, to ensure that we're upholding the infrastructure of the space and that these cannot be deferred another season. Now, since we are so late, the company has acknowledged they may not be able to get it all done this year. That most likely will not be. However, they have committed to doing it in 2 phases, where they will build up the road, do what they're calling the construction phase. They are confident that will get us through the winter. They're going to lay down extra sealant on there to do that, and we'll come back in the spring to then do the final overlay and build up in that sense. This is taking these roads and building them up in a different way, so it's actually adding the tar and chip and rebuilding it. So that's why it's coming out of capital, because we were doing a new improvement to these roads and upgrading it, if you will, in a tar and chip manner. It is Hillside Lane, Martha's Lane, Beaver Lane. Did I get them all? Then that's it. Yeah, every attempt is going to be made to get them done. We need to vote on this today. If we don't vote today, it will not be done this year. So do I have a board director?
I make a motion that we approve this proposal
I
in 2
second.
phases.
Oh, sorry, I second.
All right, Wade was the first, Karen was the second. Do I have discussion?
I think you did a good summary. Like I said, the Roads Committee has been doing this year after year, recommending that each year we spend a certain amount of money and address the roads. The reason they said we have to rebuild the roads because they were let go in the past, so it is an important project, and we have the last several years done the tar and chip, several roads each year. Since we are limited on the amount of money we can spend each year, that's also a very important aspect of our consideration. That if we did not do something, it then inhibits. It can prohibit us from doing it the next year based on a certain dollar number that we can spend each year. So a consistent approach is very important.
Any other discussion? All right, let's move to voting. All in favor of the motion to approve the 2025 tar and chip roads contract as per estimate 3776 to be done in 2 phases. First phase in the amount of $57,175, and the second phase in the amount of $66,640.
No. Second one is.
First one's 57,785, second one's 67,250.
Where are you reading your notes from? Oh, do I need to read something else? Thank you. Okay, let me restate that from the beginning. And again, apologies, there was a little bit of brief finagling with the finances last minute to make sure that we covered escalating cost. Okay, we have a first and a second for the motion to approve the 2025 tar and chip roads contract as per estimate number 3776 to be done in 2 phases. First phase in the amount of $57,785. And the second phase in the amount of $67,250. With the total amount being
125,035.
125,035. Thank you.
So there was an increase.
There was an increase of about $6,000.
When are they gonna start?
As soon as possible, as we will call them today. They are waiting for our call this afternoon. I don't know if we're gonna start this week, but he's gonna then move us in. All of this will obviously be contingent on weather as well. And let me just finish the motion. So the total by Poconos Brady Patch, all funding shall come from the capital improvement fund as we're moving up. All in favor?
Aye.
Joanne, your answer?
No.
Joanne's a no.
I'm gonna abstain.
Is abstaining, and Elias, you're a
But that, Elias, what do you say?
Abstain.
You're saying also?
Let me, I'm curious. There's a vote on a contract. I'm curious, what's the basis for the abstention?
The basis for the abstention is that, I haven't had a finance question answered. I don't feel I understand this topic very well. It's not my sport. And I don't feel it would be within my fiduciary duty to approve something that I don't fully understand.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so I have all yeas with 2 abstentions and 1 no, so that leaves me with 6 yeses. The motion is passed. All right, so the motion to approve the 2025 tar and chip roads contract as per estimate 3776 to be done in 2 phases. I've said the amounts has passed. All right, let's move to the next order of business is to approve the employment of Michael McDonough for full-time ranger position. The employment is based on a 90-day review process as per LOB employment practices and the pre-screening processes. All recommendations have been filled as per the LOB bylaws. Do I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Bill first, and that was Tom that seconded it. Do I have discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Joanne, you're
Yes.
good? Okay.
Yes.
You guys are?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have a unanimous passing of,
I
Oh,
vote
sorry.
for it.
Tricia voted yes, and Elias, you voted yes, correct? How about everybody raise your hand if you're an aye? That will make things a lot easier for me as I'm getting there. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion has unanimously passed to approve the employment of Michael McDonough for the full-time ranger position. The employment is based on a 90-day review process as per LOB employment. All right, next order of business is the motion to improve the employment of Dakota Covert for the full-time ranger position. Again, the employment is based on a 90-day review process as per LOB employment practices and the pre-screening processes. All recommendations have been filled as per LOB bylaws. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Kate is making the motion.
I'll second it.
Bill is seconding it. Do I have any discussion?
Did anyone from the board interview the other night?
No one showed.
No.
Let's move forward to the vote. All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
Wait, that you're right. Okay, that is unanimously passed. The motion to approve Dakota Covert for the full-time ranger position. Next order of business is to approve the 2025 fish population survey in the amount of $4,726 by Aquatic Environment Consultants. All funding shall come from the replacement reserve. We do this every year. It's always in our replacement.
For 3 years.
3 years we've done it straight. We've done it the past 3 years, that's what I know. Do I have a motion? Bill is making a motion.
I'll second.
And Tom is seconding it. Do I have any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion? Aye.
Yes.
That is unanimously passed to approve the 2025 fish population survey in the amount of $4,726 by Aquatic Environment Consultants, and all funding shall come from the replacement reserve. All right, our last 3 are hot tubs. All of these hot tubs meet our expectations as they are in the rules and regs, so we can go through these pretty quickly. Do I have a motion to approve the application for a hot tub located at 1656 Stag Run?
I'll make the motion.
Tom's making the
I
motion.
second.
Wade is seconding. Do I have discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
I abstain or recuse
You abstain or you recuse? You
myself.
recuse.
Look, it's mine.
Oh,
Oh, it's
you
yours.
recuse. Oh, crap. You probably should have recused yourself before I made the motion, right?
He's recusing himself for the record prior to the vote, so.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
All right, so Elias is recusing. I didn't even know that, sorry. All right, let's go back to the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Joanne? You're
Yes.
all right, so that is unanimously minus 1. Approved. All right, can I get a motion to approve the application for a hot tub located at 228 Partridge Drive?
I motion that we approve the hot tub at 228 Partridge Drive.
I'll
Second. Tom, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Yes.
Unanimous. All right, I need a motion to approve the application for a hot tub located at 314 Seelig Road.
I motion that we We have that at 314 Silver.
I'll second it.
Seconding it. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah. All right, that was our last order of business. Can I get a motion to adjourn the business meeting so we can move
I'll
on?
motion. Second it.
There was discussion at the workshop so we can move forward on hardship, the road space. There was discussion, should we still bring up some asphalt road work and still try to move forward? Is there anybody on the board who'd like to make a
Is that
motion?
the asphalt?
To the asphalt recommendations?
Yeah, I move forward with it.
Okay.
So we had an adjournment, but now we're.
We didn't
vote on
vote
the adjournment.
He snuck this in before
Okay,
that.
I got you.
So how about, can you make a motion to discuss paving?
I make a motion to discuss the paving.
That changes
the asphalt paving.
to what was discussed
That's
at Tom
what I need to ask.
Russell, the union supervisor, and what you felt.
I just want to get it, it was on the agenda, so I need someone to make a motion to add it, to be discussed now. Bill is making a motion,
I'll second it.
and Tom is seconding it. And this is a motion to discuss the asphalt paving project. So we had multiple recommendations by the roads committee over the past couple of months for asphalt paving. Yeah, if those in the back, I know it's really hard and it's been really long, we start to hear a lot of noise because the acoustics are hard. If you could please remain quiet in the back. All right, so do you want to give any background from the roads committee, Phil, being on the roads committee? You want me to do it?
I'd rather you do it or Steve or Andy.
We had a pretty, I don't want to say hefty, we had an appropriate recommendation from the roads committee to do a number of roads with asphalt. It was quite expensive, it would be in the tune of like $350,000, I think was the original recommendation. We looked to see, in the current climate with where we are, can we do less than that? Are there a subset that are the highest priority asphalt roads to move forward on, so that we don't find ourselves kicking the can too far down the lane, having roads collapse, being more expensive on a different year, in which we then run into bigger problems where we may have to do an assessment to fix everything. I asked Tom Russell, I've asked Andy Ferrelli, who's on the roads committee, who's got a lot of experience in this. We've asked Steve Pace gave his opinion. Many people on the roads committee gave an opinion. I'm going to read through what was a summary here. Start here, thank you. All right, so in paving, in discussion with Tommy, his concerns are that Farmers Lane and Marcus Lane, particularly from Lake Lane to the entrance to the maintenance facilities. Those are the areas of biggest concern and highest risk of failing in this space based on that. To do these, the updated prices would be Martha's Lane, the updated cost as of 7/19/2025 would be $82,600. Farmers Lane, again, updated as of 7/19 would be $75,150 for a total of $157,700 in total to do those two paving components that are felt to be the highest risk. Another concern that they would add on there to be highly considered would be the Locust Lake boat ramp. Depending on, it is one that has come up and been recommended. It is a high priority. The Locust Lake boat ramp would be updated cost of $18,500. If you were to add the Locust Lake boat ramp to this project, the total would be $176,200. That is what's on the table, which is what I would call the most abbreviated, highest priority asphalt roads of business to consider doing this year. Why is this continuing to be a problem? Is the frost heaving, when the asphalt breaks up and cracks, allowing water to get under the surface, the water during the winter months freezes and expands, and it further causes damage. The fear is if we don't do this now and get them, you may actually see further deterioration after the winter. So
I'll make a motion that we do those three areas for $176,200 from the reserve account.
I will say that there were, in the original process, there were multiple bids put out. We had, in looking through, Altimos is the one company that had the best price, correct? There was only one that would come in and had the best price. And we've worked with Altimos many times before. All right, do I have a second for Bill's motion
I'll
to approve $176,000 to Altimos for the road work of Martha's Lane, Farmers Lane, and the Lucas Lake Boat Ramp?
I'll second that.
Seconded. Discussion.
What is the what is the threshold, or 8%? What is the threshold for expenditures? 8%?
Yeah, it's 8%.
Well, it's,
It's 8%, but I'm.
250,000.
Okay, so the bottom line is we're under
Right.
the bylaw threshold to do this.
And these would all come out of replacement reserves,
Yes.
which does have funding and money in it.
Right, that's all I needed to know.
Where's the boat ramp? Is it on Larson or is it on Fawn? That we're not
Lake.
I believe it's the one coming off of Fall, where the church circles and it goes up behind Lucas Lake.
And one other thing for the manager. So the manager, did you send out there were 9 or so vendors that we sent this to?
That was in our original packet.
I'm just getting it on the record so that everybody in the audience, I mean, there's packets we all have, but you didn't get to see them or hear them. So there was at least 5 vendors here that were solicited, and we only got 1, just so you know. Now, I'm not gonna get into it much further, but were there any follow-ups to the 4 that didn't bid? There you go. Okay, so we actually did our duty to get, and we were down to a sole source, but that's the only one we can do. That's just for everybody in the room. Okay?
Can you guys clarify which boat ramp it is?
The one coming off of Fawn down here to Locust, like down that.
Because that's a concrete ramp currently.
The roadway going up to it is asphalt. I believe there's a part that's failing and needs to be replaced.
It's like the apron space.
The parking lot?
Now, there's an access road that goes up along the dam.
Okay. I thought it's in great shape.
And I'm being told by the road department or the road committee and by the maintenance supervisor that that's deteriorating.
There was a question of the exact location of the Locust Lake boat ramp, and the completion of that. I mean, if the board is happy, you could also remove that $18,500.
I don't think we should be putting money in a boat ramp right now when people can't even drive down Beavers Lane. I have a problem with the boat ramp over roads that people have to drive to. Sorry. Sorry about that.
But Beaver is being addressed in the partnership.
I know. I just think $18,000 for a boat ramp right now when all the roads are falling apart around us should be last on our list, just my opinion.
I mean, and I think we're discussing a little bit, because we want to remove that one and only approve the other 2. I think that could be considered in this motion as well.
Well, we have a motion.
We have a motion for the
All
right
three
now.
motions, we have to go back in the circle
If
again.
it
Yeah,
passes,
go back in the circle.
Okay.
so we should go forward with the motion.
Go forward, Wes.
That's fair. Any other discussion, questions? Pat, I see you.
Could you just clarify what the amount of this project is?
Yeah, so if we did it as the motion stands now,
Right.
so the motion would now to be, to do the paving project on Martha's Lane, Farmers Lane, and this boat ramp, on Locust off of Fawn, would be a total of $176,200. You want me to give you the components?
No, it's all right.
When would this be done? We didn't talk about that, did we? I mean, asphalt, you have different requirements. Car and ship, you can't do it in 50 degrees, I think, you gotta be above that.
Right, tar and chip, I spoke to the contractor yesterday, got the updated prices and the escalation that they feel if it went into 2026. All efforts are gonna be made to get it done this year, but even still, they're gonna make sure that they're covering their costs if it is delayed. So he's waiting for my text this morning, and then he'll get us on the schedule. He has several commitments already in line with the state. He does quite a bit of tar and chip for PennDOT. So that's the tar and chip. Asphalt, I had to reach back out to Buddy Altimos, the contractor, to find out where we can get on his schedule. The price update was as of this morning, he brought that in, and I was able to bring that to the board. I don't have a commitment date from him as of yet. Again, we're so late in the season, they've got other commitments.
Well, then I guess if it's not done this year, it's a moot point.
I mean, so we would, let's say that we can't get on his schedule, what I would recommend is that we, use this pricing to contract in for a first spring,
That's right.
leg, is what we do.
He did commit that he'd make every effort to get it in this year.
Tell them we're gonna make sure we can recompete it next year if that's the case. Because I think we have a lot of match him, or make sure he does it.
All right.
I have a question. So these two projects combined, the tar and chip and the asphalt, come to 299,000 more or less, is that the number?
Let me go back. Well, one would be coming from capital and one would be coming from
No, but I'm just
replacement.
thinking total dollar, that's
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
So about 300 grand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and, has there been any prior monies expended regardless of the source during 2025 to improve roads?
Well, there's active, so it depends on how big of the portfolio you want to think of it, but in total, space, I associate drainage work. So we do drainage work to prep the road to sustain it, so that once you've done work on it, it's gonna sustain and the water will move away from it. But that's drainage in that space. We had road work done this year recently, Rob can tell us those. That was paid for last year, and that work was done last year. There were some components of failure where there was cracks in different pieces that happened. It was within warranty, so Pocono Spray Patch honored their warranty, came back and actually relayed the entire roads for free because that was within their warranty. So it may feel like we've done road work already this year, but that was actually just the company upholding their promise of fixing what we paid for last year. We have not approved any new projects for this year yet, which is why we're so late in the season. Correct? Am I misstating?
That's right.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And when I go back to drainage and some of the prep, most of that we do internal, but there has been certain times that we have paid for a company to excavate and build up the ditches. Any other discussion? All right, let's move. All those in favor of, have you written up the motion? Did you write up the motion? You want me to?
I'll get it.
All right, all those in favor of the motion that Bill placed, that was seconded by Tom, to move forward with a contract with Altimos for a total of $176,000 for, sorry guys, my papers here, 176,200 for Martha's Farmers and the Locust Lake Boat Ramp in favor of this, from reserve, replacement reserve. Those in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Joanne, what is your vote?
No.
Joanne's a no. Tom is a yes. Bill is a yes. Seth is a yes.
I'm a hesitant guess, because we don't have a deadline on this. I was thinking.
I mean, we would have to say that we contracted and
Yeah, I
then,
was thinking if we can throw a deadline on it, it's not assured.
Well, it's gonna be, again, like you said, it's gonna be the temperature who's gonna make the determination.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure, we get it.
What I'm getting at is if we put a deadline on it this year, then that means it's a recompete. I want them to have an
To lock
incentive.
in.
I want them to be
Yeah, lock in.
incentivized to do the job.
Right.
And for us, and not just have an open-end contract.
What
Yeah,
date would you like?
locked in.
What date would you like, Susan?
Let's do it October 15th.
Sounds like a plan.
So by October 15th?
By October 15th.
Or by agreement. But that's something we have to have boundaries on these contracts.
Right.
Agreed.
I agree.
Karen? No.
Abstain.
Aye.
Alex is a yes.
Was that at last? Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sharon, your vote?
Oh, I'm a yes. Okay.
So we have to amend the motion again?
I think we took the vote, but I'm gonna.
We'll take the
Well,
vote.
yeah,
Okay.
okay.
For the minutes.
I have 6 yeses, so the motion has passed that Bill made, Tom seconded, to approve the 2025 asphalt contract with Altimos Paving, to be done this year by October 15th, in the amount of $176,200 on Martha's Farmers and Locust Lake Boat Ramp. Done?
Pass.
When could you start? Okay. He's texting us back when he can start. Dot, dot, dot.
Okay, that motion for the adjournment?
I will make the motion. Am I allowed to make the motion?
No.
I'm not? Okay, sorry. Who
Everything else
motioned?
was Seth and Bill.
All right, Seth, followed by Bill. All in favor?
25.
Aye. Everyone's in favor?
We're starting the
Joanne?
annual now?
We can start the annual now.
Can we have a bio break?
Yes. Somebody wave so you can hear me in the back, please. All right, we're good to go, but I do need to stay quiet in the room, so if you want to have a conversation, please go outside. It's very distracting from that perspective. All right, good morning, everybody. We're starting our annual meeting, 2025 for Locust Lake Village. We do have a call to order now. We have our quorum count. We need 50 plus 1 members in good standing, which I am informed, thanks to our dutiful Jen, that we have met. We do have a number of members online. Everyone needs to use the microphones. Here at the table, Board of Directors, we're definitely got feedback that we were not being heard in the back. If we can cross-check and remind each other. And when we do get to members' comments, you're more than welcome to come and have comments. We will have you speak into the microphone so everyone has access to what you say. Introduce yourself and your Locust Lake Village address. So let's move forward with first order of business is my comments as chair. Good morning, I guess it's now afternoon. All right, good morning all. Feels like afternoon. It has been a really busy July for the village. Summer is in full swing. We had our second biggest holiday, the 4th of July. Pretty impressive activity outside. And today we had our abbreviated business meeting this morning to address a lot of old and new business. We're now moving into our annual meeting with updates for the community. And close a lot of plans for finalized for the upcoming Board of Directors election. So this has been a lot going on. There was a lot of business earlier. We have a lot of things that I know are passionate. There's a lot of passionate people with a lot of concerns in the village right now. That there's a lot of conversation. There's a lot of things in the air, but we're going to try really hard to work through those and make sure that we're hearing everybody's opinion. Because today's our annual meeting, we do have our legal counsel, Greg Velasquez, here with us today. I think we do have a hard stop end at 12:30
No,
today.
I'm here as long as you need me, Sharon.
Okay.
Hopefully it doesn't go down long, we'll see.
All right. I do have some board of directors who are asking for a hard stop at 12:30 in that sense. All right. That's normally to have our legal counsel here at every annual meeting. That's been the case since I've been on the board of directors, if anybody has questions about that. Told you about there'll be time for members' comments at the end. In that sense where everybody can come up, you'll have to use the microphone. I would like to acknowledge that we've had many transitions in the past month. Both on the board of directors, we've had transitions within the Locust Lake staff. We have 3 resignations from the board of directors, including the chair position, of which is the acting vice chair I have stepped into and will finish for the remainder of this term this year, which ends with their next business meeting. This morning, additionally, at our last meeting, we had a board of director who had previously been, since our last meeting, the board of director previously elected vice treasurer, did resign from that position. So we, since the past couple of weeks, we were also without a vice chair. Since I was acting as chair, we were without a treasurer and without a vice treasurer due to those resignations. We worked through those. The board of directors originally last meeting in June filled one of those vacancies according to our bylaws because the first resignation had occurred before June's meeting. We filled that with Bill Dorner as he was the runner-up in the previous year's election. We then subsequently, when the next 2 resignations happened, did have 2 open vacant seats. There was no one left who had previously run the year before, so that opportunity for filling the seats via that manner had been exhausted. The board of directors at the time, the 7 people, did work with legal counsel to make sure that we were all interpreting our bylaws accurately. I know that this has come up in question within the board. Many of us had questions on that process. And I know that there are many members who had questions of, did you have to fill those 2 seats? It's only for 19 days. That seems silly. We all kind of, agreed it's a very short time frame. It's a lot of work to do within that time frame. However, the legal counsel, and I'll give my interpretation, but legal, do you want to talk about it, Craig? But if you do read our bylaws, Article 7, Section 4, the first sentence refers to the board shall fill vacant seats. That is really what was provided to us, is that our fiduciary duties are that we need to act to work to fill those vacant seats, and that is the expectation of us as elected members. It goes through the processes in which you can do so. If you had runners-up in the previous election, or you may use the other option, which then is appointing people, which does require a majority vote of those interested. The board of directors had an emergency meetings. We had an additional workshop in the past few weeks where we met, got clarity from legal counsel on the interpretation of that bylaw, realized that we all had to move forward with appointing people. developed a process pretty quickly. We were in some very tight timelines. We did a notice via our normal platforms of Town Square that we use business-wise. Had people who had interest in being appointed submit their application of interest. The event went forward, and those 2 seats were filled by the only 2 people who put it forth interest. That would be Elias and Pat, who were seated this morning. So I'm grateful for them for volunteering and putting themselves out there for what is an abbreviated time frame, but what is a time frame, and grateful for their help. You want to add anything to that?
No, sure, you're pretty much hit the nail on the head, so.
All right, thank you. All right, so that is the board of directors and our vacant seats. We did also receive a resignation from our rec director and the cook. That all happened in the last meeting. It was a very eventful day for me. I'm really grateful for Kat. She's here somewhere. I hope that please say thank you to her. With the number of transitions, with the current climate of frustration and back and forth, what do we need, what do we not need, what's too much, what's not too little, we asked Kat to step in interim. She has stepped up tremendously. She's doing her best in that space. I also have to acknowledge the office staff because her previous role was in supporting a lot of administrative work. They sacrificed and are going without that help now to allow her to do this work. And this really was done intentionally to buy time for, honestly, the next seated board, because we now have 5 open seats, to think through what's the vision that they want to do with rec moving forward before we really commit to any large hire of a rec director. So I'm grateful for Kat, and she's been doing a fabulous job keeping the summer going, and has good plans for the rest of the summer. I think we'll be in a good spot. All right, I do want to make one other announcement for my chair comments. Monroe County Court of Common Pleas, you did formally dismiss in its entirety the lawsuit that had been filed by a homeowner against Locust Lake Village Property Owners Association. And there were 17 individual past and present board members that were named in that lawsuit. That was dismissed on July 11th. So I'm informing you because that is your business. You, as an association owner, that was really against your association and you included. So to know that that had been dismissed. There is an appeal process, so the plaintiff still has, I think it was 30 days from June 11th to appeal it. We'll see if there's anything, the next chair will let you know once we've passed that date or if that continues to move forward. All right. Despite the recent transitions, this really tense climate that we've got going on, whether it's a tense climate within us as a board of directors and or those amongst the members and frustrations, I am committed to doing what is best for the village and serving out the remainder of my term, another 19 days. My goal what has been over the past month and what is the coming month is really, as the acting chair, to keep the business of Locust Lake Village going to the best of my ability and bring unity to the board and to the community. Well, we have lots and lots of issues to address. We also have a whole lot of things to be proud of, and we have a lot of things to be thankful for as a community. This is a vibrant group. There's a lot of people here. There's people online. There's people engaging, voicing their concerns, voicing their perspective of advocacy. We are a financially sound village. We are over $2-something million. We'll do that in treasurer's report. We have a lot of money in the bank between capital, between reserves. We have a decent operating budget. Do we have room to improve and be more effective, efficient, organized? Yes. But we have one car loan, like one financed car. We have no other debt other than that. And I think that sometimes that gets missed and lost and where we are as a sound association from that perspective. Well, we have a lot of work to do. There's some big components that I think are big challenges for us. I think road work, road planning, that infrastructure is going to be an ongoing challenge. Obviously, we need to work on culture. We need to work on communication and transparency so people don't feel struggles and distrust. I think we're in a great place. I think we can do this and we can pull together, and that's my goal for the next couple of days. Our election is coming. This is the time for people to get involved. This is the time for people to learn what the processes are. This is the time to learn what the business is. This is a business. It's not how you want to run things personally. We are bound by our bylaws, our covenants, Robert's rules. I can't do things the way that I wish I could, just like earlier when I didn't want to have to maybe argue something. I had to because that's our process. So I'm really excited for people to get involved and be part of that. We have 5 open seats coming up on this election. That's a really large space. Not my place to talk about who's running or not running. That'll come up sooner, but I do want people to get involved, be a part of the election process so that you can cast your vote, because we really need to be united, and I think we do that when people are involved. All right, that's my chair's comments. Treasurer's report. So since I did not have a treasurer or vice treasurer for the past couple of weeks, I'm gonna give my best abbreviated update. And I will acknowledge, this was a lot to manage, so you're getting a very little bit. If I had my ways, we'll make sure that we kind of come back with a bigger end of years, we hit the calendar year update with more detail and nuance. If you did get access to the financial statements, you can see that year to date so far, we have brought in income $2,558,000, which we're 86% on track for our budget. In total expenses, it's about $1.26 million, which is only 42% of the expected expenses year to date. Not bad, in that perspective, right on target. And then looking at your totals, right now we have 1.34 in the replacement reserve and $1 million in capital. We did just make a couple of revisions to do some road work that will come out of a little bit of each of those. And then the delinquencies are pretty consistent with where they were last month at $363,301. I will say, in addition to an annual meeting update, our audit was just completed by Williams, Owens and Company, and that went online yesterday for Town Square for all members to see. I did kind of take a couple of snapshots to just kind of summarize here. So this is the official letter coming from Williams, Owens and Company. Their opinion in that is we have audited the accompanying financial statements of Locust Lake Village, which comprise the balance sheets as of December 31st, 2024, and the related statements of revenue and expenses, changes in fund balances and cash flows for the year then ended, and related notes to the final statements. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the financial position of Locust Lake Village Property Owners Association as of December 31st, 2024, and the results of its operations and its cash flows for the year that ended in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the U.S. There were a couple of recommendations that if you go through all the documents, you can see that they came up with. I'll be honest, they're the same recommendations from the year prior. The areas of opportunity were ensuring that accounts do not exceed the FDIC covered amount of $250K. We had some really good years with really good interest rates. Those accounts tend to make money. They tend to get just over the edge. Being able to move them quickly in time so that you don't have $251,000 in that account. So technically that $1,000 is no longer covered, is something that building our processes to move that more effectively, efficiently, and proactively is something that we have been working on and continue to work on, but it was still present in 2024. And there are some components to our financial policies I think that we'll continue to update to help us with that. Another component that has also been in there year over year was segregation of duties. This is where we have had a very lean staff as Locust Lake Village. We have one accountant, Kathleen, not really having a second person to serve as like a cross-check and a counter. They're looking for a process rate of internal controls and audits. And we always use the auditor, in that sense really as our second one. But best practices guidelines, still to recommend that we have two. This is something we've been working on. We did hire another assistant accountant. Deidre is here. She started in April? She started somewhere in the spring, June. In that sense, so we now have corrected this item now that we do have a secondary space. I will be honest though, it's still going to hit the 2025 audit because January through June, we did not have a second person in place. But the year of 2026, when you finally get that audit in 2027, that should look better. The other component was year-end entries and financial statement processes. We had a question from a member, I don't think it was last month, it was the month before, so that would have been probably April-ish, who was saying, well, why don't our accounts receivables, look like they move on the balance sheet provided, like it doesn't look like they change from month to month. And Williams & Owens also talks about this a little bit in their space where we, at the very end of the year, use them to do all of the transactional cross-checks of the cash flows and the accounts receivable. Rob, in order to get a documented answer to this question and be able to really articulate it, it's a couple of paragraphs, but I'm gonna read it and we can think about as my intention is after this meeting, I'm gonna post my chair's comments. I'll incorporate some of this into there so that you can read it. But we did have both Deidre and Kathleen, so both of our financial internal teams, meet with Williams and Owens and Consulting to talk through the question and talk through how do we respond to this. The clarity to the question is that we do conduct our business in a cash accounting approach versus an accrual accounting. The primary advantage of the cash accounting method is that it offers a straightforward system for recording our Locust Lake Village community transactions. This also works for us specifically because it effectively and accurately provides a real-time picture of available cash as well as the income of our expense accounts. The homeowners associations that our accountants deal with, they advise us all cash accounting. They advise us to use cash accounting, which allows in layman's terms for people across the community to understand the cash available versus the budget that was approved by the board. The reason the liabilities and the assets lines on the balance sheet don't change is due to the fact that it's a one-time annual post-audit. So we do leave those once William Owens comes in, everything gets aligned at the end of the year after everything has been spent and moved. Once the accountants review the audit, they provide us with a list of journal entries that determine reversals for the prior year, accrued expenses to create and establish the beginning balance of the year to come. This involves adjustments to the account receivables per aging and estimate allowances for bad debts. This also includes the prepaid dues and accrued expenses for payroll liabilities. Other components of why this matters is seasonal activity. There are times where there's massive influxes of things that shift either in the expenses. To adjust or record 2025 payment expenses that were paid in 2024 versus for 2025, or things like the electric company, where we may be occurring expenses in 2024, but the bill's not paid until January 7th of 2025. So our accounts receivables are in fact actually still tracked monthly. They're tracked through C3, but due to lack of integration between C3 and QuickBooks, the reports are separate. So if anyone did ever have a question on our accounts receivable and you want to see those detailed month-to-month transactions, we could give that to you in an additional separate report. From that perspective, there's a couple of things that it goes into, but why they also don't recommend moving to adjusting the accounts receivable every line item every month is that really then could start to look like someone is mishandling money, you're misusing money because it becomes too many transactions back and forth across too many GL accounts. The bottom line is the approach that we are currently using in the cash accounting approach is the recommended approach for us. Yes, it does look like lines don't simply match up on the balance sheet, but if you took into the accounts receivable via C3, you could see that movement, and the best time to see is once everything has been processed and everything has been accounted for after the end of the year. I will make sure that the next incoming board of directors has access to this information. If people want to do something different and want to move forward, that is a vision and philosophy I think the board makes for how they're going to move forward. But I felt like it was important to answer that question, and especially as we got the audit in. So that would be my end of treasurer's report. Manager.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How is everybody? Good morning. You're still alive. Nobody's asleep yet. Excellent. All right. Good morning, and please accept my July 2025. A full version is on the back table. Can you believe we're halfway through the summer already? Someone in the news just said August is around the corner. Depressing. July 4th weekend proved to be one of the nicest in many weeks. 11 weekends of rain, and then we finally had July 4th. Administration, I'm going to hit some highlights here. As Sherry's reported, a full-time hiring process was amended, and we did create an SOP that was recommended to be turned into a policy. Bookkeeper Deidre has stepped in. For anybody who is familiar with Kathleen, our bookkeeper, she's been here 46 years. Kathleen had barely taken a day off in those 46 years, much less a vacation. I'm happy to report Kathleen is this week started her first week vacation. So kudos to Deidre and the work she's doing to make Kathleen feel comfortable. Rangers, we did see the 2 approvals. That'll make a full staff for Kyle again. First time in about 6.5 months, Kyle. So we're happy to see that. Maintenance, I really have to take my hat off to. Maintenance is Johnny on the spot everywhere. You turn around and there's a maintenance guy there. They're mowing lawn, they're filling potholes, they're doing the road work to stay ahead for the tar and chip. Tommy's already committed to that. They help Rex set up, break down, clean up. I really want to applaud the maintenance staff, Tommy Russell and his whole staff. So please, when you see him, please give him a pat on the back. Next, without any bit of, I don't even know how to say it, Kat, what an amazing job you did over the 4th of July weekend. In short notice, you pulled together the rec committee, everybody stepped in. It was amazing to see everybody doing it. We even made it through Fran and his dissertation out at the lake, and with the golf cart. You did a great job. It was wonderful, but Kat, kudos to you, everybody. She does We also hired Candace Mason. She's going to be our assistant rec director to give Kat a little bit of help. Kat is transitioning from the previous position, helping with administration, into the rec as full-time. Kat was there all the time, but now she has a little bit of help with Candace. So we have an intern that way. Assistant rec director, as Sherry pointed out, the audit is back. It was a very nice audit. It is posted on Town Square for anybody who's interested. The website, Tom has been great in pointing out and giving us some advice on some deficiencies. We did go through those. We are continuing to sweep those, make sure any of the inaccuracies or duplication is corrected. So please take a look at our website, locustlakevillage.org. Take a look at it. They've done some really nice work, and we are continuing to upgrade it and add more to it. Short-term rentals, there was a change by the government, so there's going to be a little bit of change in process. Please keep up with that. Jenny and her committee are doing a wonderful job. Building repairs at the admin, we're almost done. Weather again, we did get some rainy days, but we do have a couple more things to finish for drains. Many people may have noticed over the 4th of July weekend the amount of holiday trash. We were actually full. All the containers, the open top container, all of the compactors, all of the dumpsters at the sites were completely full. The bears had a great time. They ate very well. But we are working with our trash company to try and get ahead of that and make some arrangements for Labor Day weekend to make sure that we can accommodate. Again, maintenance, they're stepping up. The holding tanks at Pines and East Lake, we monitor. We are continuing to monitor. We did have some glitches, but they are proving to work very well. Beach and bathhouses, there is some sediment that's getting into the appliances, the toilets, and the urinals that we have to monitor, keep the filters. East and Pines Lake, we had on the agenda for several months now to replace the fences. That is still, that was tabled. We are still looking into that. The tennis court project, I promised Arnie I'd bring it up. It's not dead. The strategic planning committee needs to get back together so we can look at that. The tar and chip, you did hear about that already. Dirt roads, maintenance for the first time ever was able to process or get the soil conditioner on all of the dirt roads, get them all dressed up for the summer. We will come back out in the fall and dress them up again, add some modified where needed. But again, kudos to the maintenance team, Tommy and his guys. The tower, we were able to make contact with the owners of the radio tower. They are in favor of working with us for improving Fawn Road, so that was some good news. Yes, signage, I get many comments about the signage throughout the community. We are aware of it, we are working on it, including in putting some lights on the signs that was requested by the rec committee. Boathouse concession, we have spoken to them a couple of times about their attendance, about being at the lakes. Due to weather, I was told they don't have people there all the time, but they are trying. Last on my report, I'm not going to belabor, the security camera issue was brought up and tabled for further review. Beautification, yes. Somebody please tell Dee the shed is coming. We did have spec the shed, unfortunately due to delays. They did sell the shed, we did reorder one, so we're looking at about 4 to 5 week turnaround, so that Dee doesn't come and hunt me down. Somebody tell her that it's coming. Outstanding projects are still on the slate. We have mailbox shelter, Buildings and Ground Committee is looking at, the salt shed and Pines Lake Playground are still on the table. Buildings and Ground Committee is looking at those. That's all of the highlights that I'm gonna go into.
I appreciate that. All right, we'll move into our committee reports. Tom, will you finance please?
Yes.
Sorry, your name is not listed there.
Yes, it was blank there, but my name.
Thank you.
Yes, over the past year, the finance committee is pretty robust when we meet. We've had several new members join the group. They've been active and they've expressed interest even in doing a subcommittee. We've done our usual where we look at the monthly financials and go over that. We've incorporated an Excel variance report over the past year. So management's been working to provide each month not only our numbers on a spreadsheet, but then provide the variance explanation. So each month we get to see what has changed up or down, so we can look proactively as if there's any additional planning that needs to be involved. We've gone beyond looking at the numbers, and we've discussed policy in the past year. We looked at our finance policy. One of the items we've done in the past year, as you heard with our FDIC, we added into our policy to add a grace period. As it turned out, it seems like despite even with a grace period, it was still missed for a couple days. So the committee overwhelmingly still thought the appropriate time was accurate for the grace period. So it's just a matter of coordinating with the staff to be more diligent on that so we can follow the policy. We've also talked about other areas in our policy, like our checks. When our checks outstanding, when they're cleared, our check stock. A lot of companies on our check stock have void after 90 days, so we had a discussion, like I said, separate from the numbers on the reordering of our check stock, incorporating a void date on there. So we've had a very good year in terms of new members, people wanting to know the numbers, wanting to know the variances, wanting to know what we're kind of doing proactively to provide management feedback and to overlap our policies and see what needs to be tweaked or adjusted and so forth. So I encourage you to go. We'll be coming up on budget season. We historically usually meet every Saturday in September. We've already put a document to management to start thinking about how management will meet with the direct reports and how those direct reports will then come and present at a finance committee of what their vision is for the department. We've talked about if it's appropriate on different items doing zero-based budgeting, which means you just don't take last year's and use it, or you just don't take last year's and add 3%. You come in with support of what you need for the year, what you've started to use, what you project you will use in the future. So looking at our next, we had to cancel this month's meeting because so many people are on vacation and weren't available. But as we move into the fall, we will have a robust budget meeting, and we're going to, attempt to have a new and improved process to review that. So I encourage anyone who wants to get involved and wants to be a part of that to please come to the committees and offer your guidance and suggestions, because it is a committee, so we do look to have everyone involved and incorporate that. And if there's anything to take back to management, that's our goal as an advisory committee. So thank you.
This is a busy season because the timing gets quicker. Thank you. Security, Andy, first. Here. Guys, I need my glasses on to see far away and not to see up close. And just a reminder, for everybody's getting committee reports from the audience.
Good morning, everyone. The Security Committee just this year, past year, has reorganized and been holding regular meetings starting this year. We held our first meeting back in January, and we started off with getting a brief outline from the security chief, Kyle, as far as some of the things that they've been doing, the Rangers have been doing for the past year or so. The committee felt it was important to make residents more aware of what the Rangers do on a daily basis and make this available to the residents of the community. The committee felt the best way to accomplish this was to redo a reporting format which is more user-friendly and easier to understand. The committee suggested making minor changes to some of the categories to better monitor data for future reporting. The report is divided into two major formats: raw data showing monthly and year-to-date numbers and a recap of key information for the past month. This data is compared to some of the same time frame 1 year prior, can be used to review and plan for future purposes going forward. I'll touch on some of the key events that have transpired for this past year. The Rangers are continuing to address properties with the exterior lighting rule concerns. This has been ramped up, especially with the warmer weather and with the increased outdoor activity. This is an ongoing program in which the Rangers are dealing with. One of the other key events was a water rescue performed by the Rangers with the assistance of a lakefront property owner. The committee discussed an action plan for future similar events, including a rescue boat stationed at the lakes and a go bag containing various equipment such as PFDs, ropes, and poles. Other things to be noted, there were numerous incidents involving interaction of residents and wildlife. That is an ongoing thing, you know, with the wildlife we have here, especially as it pertains to nuisance animals such as raccoons and basically bears is a big thing too. During the winter weather keeps the Rangers busy creating various hazardous conditions, the weather conditions such as roads, downed trees, limbs, and utility wires, which they respond to based on the various weather conditions moving through here. Also kept busy this past year with addressing suspicious vehicles and persons, as well as vendor trespass issues. As well, there's a discussion about changes and procedures to rules pertaining to STRs and MDRVs, including check-in procedures and registration flag illumination on the MDRVs. These changes present unique challenges for identification and enforcement by the Ranger staff. This was discussed in great depth. As of now, the Rangers are currently up to full staffing, consisting of 7 full-time and 1 part-time Ranger. In-house training is performed on a continuous basis to keep current on various skills deemed necessary to fill the needs of the community. Looking forward, the staff plans on being proactive and engaging in an interactive dialogue with the community residents, which will help visualize to the public the importance of the daily tasks of the Ranger Department. For those of you that come to regularly to the board meetings, you'll notice we try to put out and make available different publications and awareness of different aspects and incidents that happen throughout the community, especially as it pertains to public safety and awareness. As well, you'll notice that back here, make yourself available for the magnets that are out there. Pick up a magnet, throw it on your refrigerator. It has the phone number of security in the event that you need them. So help yourself to them at any course of the meeting here. Here again, looking at the key components of the report. You'll notice that the report, like I said, is pretty much data-driven. Quickly ran some key comparisons here, comparing to last year time and date. Some of the noticing increases as it pertains to key areas such as disturbances. Disturbances are up 155%. MDRV complaints. MDRVs are ATVs, golf carts, and etc. that go throughout the village. They have doubled over the same time frame, up 210%. Suspicious persons are up, and those suspicious person incidents are usually after digging into it and finding out, validating. They're usually, this year we had quite a bit dealing with solicitations and that type of thing. So they've been very active with that. one of the key things that we noticed throughout this time frame was the increased activity with assisting law enforcement. The police, Pocono Mountain Regional Police, are quite busy in here and very active in what they do in addressing some of the more serious incidents. So we find out not only in here, but in other private communities as well, the law enforcement calls upon the local security element of the private communities to help assist them with some of the things which they consider, not an important call to respond to immediately. And these calls mostly deal with 911 hang-ups and alarm calls and things of that nature. The police are involved with a lot more serious incidents, so they're relying more and more on private security in the communities throughout the Poconos, and relying on them to go respond and help them and assist them, in responding to some of these reoccurring calls. So I just want to make note of that. That's all I have for now. Any questions?
I have one.
Yeah.
Use the microphone?
Yes.
What's the reason for the 155% uptick on disturbances? What are they?
Mostly,
Where are they from?
they consider a disturbance, mostly noise complaints, okay? Loud music, and things of that nature, which is disturbing the peace and tranquility of the neighborhood. And,
Do you have the numbers from last year? How much it went up?
sure, it's on the report.
It's on the report. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And I think there's some seasonality to that, Karen, like, March, you might not have any noise complaints, but then come the summer.
I also have a question.
Yes.
Are the rangers compensated in any way for the fines that they levy? Is there an incentive for a ranger to?
Unfortunately, no, we don't give out toaster ovens for the most citations.
I was talking about.
No,
Asking the question.
they're all hourly paid employees, correct?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there was discussion, I remember years ago, that they felt that the citation money should go to the ranger budget to help subsidize some of the expenses as far as what they incur, such as equipment and vehicles, but no, according to our bylaws, all the money goes into one big pot.
And all rangers are hourly paid.
Anything else security related?
Andy, if you could stay up there, I know that you've been handling Lakes and Wildlife for the past year. I know that right now you've got a number of other things, so the goal is moving forward today, you're going to hand that back off to Bob Christensen since he's no longer chair. Do you have any updates you want to give on Lakes and Wildlife in the past?
Yes, sir. Okay, Lakes and Wildlife. The committee meets on a regular basis. This year, the Lakes and Wildlife Committee discussed several areas of concern. Our lakes are the greatest assets in the community. They serve as a hub for most of the activities recreational-wise and contributing significantly to the common values of LLV property values with every residential owner. However, they also present a great potential liability in terms of maintenance and regulatory compliance. I'll just summarize some of these things. The committee, goes out and more or less, looks at some of the key components of our lakes and the surrounding areas. A cursory inspection of our lakes by a few of the members of the Lakes and Wildlife Committee revealed concerns that we felt were requiring attention. Some of these concerns have already been corrected. Locust Lake, concrete structures, the concrete fishing piers, walkways, permanent docks, and walkway ramps in the spillway were eroding and settling, leading to possible structural failures and safety hazards for the pedestrians. RFPs were sent out to various vendors for both repair of the riprap and a removal and replacement of the walkway approach ramps over the spillway. The repair work of the dam berm and fishing piers was completed, And the contract was awarded to a vendor for fabrication of aluminum pro-trams leading over the spillway crossover bridge. The old concrete ramps were removed and replaced with the new aluminum ones. All that work was performed by LLV Maintenance, the removal and the replacement. Pines Lake Island erosion, a big thing. Significant erosion around the outer perimeter of Pines Lake Island is causing loss of valuable common property and contributing to the sediment buildup in the lake. A survey conducted in 2015 by Hanover Engineering needs to be updated to assess the current sediment levels and compare them to previous data. The committee is currently addressing the erosion at the island of Pines Lake by possibility of planting vegetation such as bulrush grass, which grows in shallow water. This would help stabilize the soil. Further research will be conducted by doing test planting in a small area. Noted was the problem seems to be mostly on the easterly side of the island, which no grass is present in the water compared to the opposite side. A noted possible cause may be runoff from the interior of the island rather than the lake water causing the erosion situation. Also, Pines Lake Dam berm erosion. The Pines Lake Dam berm erosion prevention project involving riprap has been completed. This will prevent further soil erosion and help stabilize the dam berm integrity. Vegetation control. High vegetation at the base of the berm needs to be cut to help maintain the area and prevent further issues. Maintenance will schedule to cut the vegetation and keep it at an acceptable level to comply with the anticipated regulatory inspections. DEP inspection. This pertains to Pines Lake. An unannounced inspection of Pines Lake Dam was conducted by DEP in May of this year. 3 major issues were noted on the report. Of the 3, one was already completed at the time of the receipt of the report. That would be the riprap installation along the dam berm. One is currently in progress with our engineering consultants and DEP. That is the design of the drawdown design system and construction. And excess vegetation at the exterior berm needs to be completed. It is to be reported that there were no glaring structural integrity issues on the report. East Lake, no serious issues were identified at this time. To be noted, the septic systems at East and Pines Lake seem to be operating as per design of the newly installed systems. Wildlife. Goose activity throughout the village has been about average this season in comparison to other years to date. The few incidents experienced have been resolved using harassment techniques performed by volunteer residents. So far this year, outside assistance for goose control has been kept to a minimum. A beaver issue at Pilgrim existed early in the season. A beaver issue at Pilgrim Lake existed early in the season and was removed by a professional trapper. DMAP program, which stands for Deer Management Assistance Program. The Locust Lake Village DMAP continues to be a successful one going into its 21st season. As of 2023, there have been over 100 reported harvests over the years. On average, there are anywhere from 20 to 30 participants who share a total of 40 vouchers issued by the Pennsylvania Game Commission each archery season. Each voucher permits a participant to take 1 arrow to steer from any one of the 4 designated DMAP areas within the confines of Locust Lake using archery equipment only. The annual qualification to participate in the 2025 DMAP program is scheduled for Saturday, August 23rd at 0900 at the LLV Archery Range. In conclusion, while our lakes are central to the recreational, aesthetic, and financial value of Locust Lake Village, they also pose significant maintenance and regulatory challenges. By taking immediate action on the identified issues and implementing long-term solutions, we can safeguard these precious assets and prevent them from becoming liabilities. Wildlife management is equally as important in order to help maintain our ecological environment for all of us to enjoy for future generations. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Was the DEP inspection, did they mention a spillway or a recommendation or advised on it?
What was mentioned in the report, it was recognized that a drawdown system did not exist, and they recommended, one being addressed in the future. So with that being said, they do recognize the fact that more or less they're giving us a heads up in the future that there will probably be something coming down the pike in ordering us to address that deficiency which they feel needs to be addressed. So we're ahead of the power curve already. And probably the person that made the report didn't realize that meaning Hanover Engineering is already in a dialogue with DEP as far as that's concerned. So it is something that is in the works, so we're being proactive approach, to their concern at this time. Yes?
I have mentioned to you last 2 years about allowing seniors to use ground blinds in the DMAP sections. Has any decision been made on that?
That has been addressed, and I think that will be coming out in the next DMAP program. Jeff, you want to speak a little bit about that? Jeff currently runs the DMAP program at this time.
What we're going to be doing is having an area designated just for ground blinds so that they are not inside the development. It's going to be on the edge of the game lanes. This way, anyone shooting an arrow that's going to be checking outward and not downward will only have that area to shoot into. So this way, it doesn't affect any homeowners, residents' properties, or any other facility inside the development. That will happen. You'll see it on the paperwork. August 23rd, you said?
Will that take place for this hunting season?
It'll take place this hunting season. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next would be CNT. Seth, any updates?
I'll get us some time back.
Thank you.
Communications and technology. It's been a very quiet year for CNT. We actually, I think, have had one meeting in the past 6 months. And there is still work ongoing though. In the past year, we have installed Wi-Fi here at the chalet, as well as at Locust and Pines. So we should be able to see the signs, and the password is the same in all three. So there is now Wi-Fi available at those lakes. Other than that, due to the fact that the office and STR has to work so closely with all of the registration issues we have, I've had to basically become part of the STR committee, right, Jenny? I see you back there. So I'm sort of the in-between person between the office staff and STR, so I am part of the STR meetings. Other than that, I am in and out of the office whenever Jen likes to scream for me, right, Jen? Or Rob, or even Kathleen now. So I've made myself available to them to take care of any of the technology issues in the office. And that's really all there is for CNT.
Thank you. All right, next.
May I ask a
Oh,
question?
yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah.
Seth, this is a question about Town Square. Is there any functionality in that system for owners to escalate concerns? And because it doesn't seem like it's manned, it doesn't seem like there's a help desk ticket, you know what I'm talking about.
If you look, if you enter a request in Town Square, depending on what category you pick, it will go to the appropriate person. For example, if you pick security, it would go to Kyle as well as Rob. You see those also, right? So Rob has access to all of those categories. If you do it to general, it will go to Rob. So you should be able to then go into your request and see the status of that request. It should say in process, there could be a question or comment back to you, could be closed out, it's been handled, because sometimes people do just put in a request saying, hey, can you take care of this, and we'll just close it out. So it really depends on what the needs are, but the requests are monitored by the office, and that is what should be used if you have any issues to report.
Any other questions? Is Joey Molina here for buildings and grounds? Joey Molina's been chairing with that. Do you want to maybe give some updates? I know you guys met recently and just talked through it. Any they're looking into.
So Joey stopped by the office the other day. We had a lengthy conversation. Basically, it was to bring Joey up to speed. He had just gotten back over the last couple of months on several of the projects. Building and Grounds was given the mailbox shelter, the project there to review. We discussed that a little bit. There was also discussion about a possible additional salt shed for our winter salt supplies, or in addition to the current shed. There are some limitations that we have to look at, so Joey was getting up to speed on that. The other was the fence at East Lake going down Lake Lane and over on Partridge. There's some back and forth on that. That's still under discussion. So Joey was getting brought up to speed on that. I will say that the firewood situation, Joey jumped in with his group of volunteers and split a whole bunch of firewood for a bonfire coming up that rec department will announce. Joey pretty much handled it single-handedly. Other than that, he's been very involved in several of the other elements, including the recent road discussions.
Thank you so much. Any questions for buildings and grounds? Teresa?
Hi, Teresa Falvey on Selig. I see in the handout that you're leading.
Jen, can you get her the mic?
I'm sorry. That's fine. Hi, Teresa on Selig Falvey. So I see in the handout that they are considering boulders there at East, the fence, and I know Joey mentioned it at the last meeting. He was investigating that instead. I'm worried about a safety issue because the fence has openings, and that's where the foot traffic shuttles through. So because East is so busy right there with the tennis courts going back and forth, I'm worried about it being a safety issue with boulders because people, kids especially, will jump over the boulders. But the fence and the specific openings, which I think there's 2, funnels people to those specific areas, and it has like the white lines, like this is specifically where you should cross. So I would just like to say that perhaps that should be taken into consideration. Boulders versus fence, especially in that very specific busy area going back and forth right there.
The idea of the fence versus boulders was deferred, and we discussed it pretty heavily in the last workshop. An initial cost, the fence is much cheaper than boulders. The cost of boulders is pretty expensive at onset, yet you should probably never have to replace them in theory, whereas a fence you may have to replace or maintain over time. There's also considerations of does it have an effect on weed whacking around fence posts versus around boulders, things of that nature. I think the safety piece, to your point of a crosswalk, and or if in the winter there's ice and someone slides, do you mean sliding into a fence versus sliding into a boulder? So those were things that we could not, we needed more space and time as a board, so that was deferred for another month. And that'll come to the next group to discuss, but I appreciate you bringing up that component. Any other questions for buildings and grounds? I see somebody in the back. Oh, Sue.
Sue Deegan, 143 White Pine. My concern with the boulders is I know PPL brings their equipment through there. So if there's no place for them to drive, they're gonna have to go on the sand and on the beach and the grass. It's gonna get destroyed. And we're gonna be spending more money that way. That's my concern.
It's a good point, how much distance is between a boulder Any other questions? All right, next for roads, Steve Pace had informed me that he was stepping back from his work as the chair of the roads committee, so I'd asked Andy Ferrelli to step in today and give an update on the roads work for me. Thank you, Andy, for volunteering, and you're a little bit put on the spot, so everybody give a little verse.
I have nothing prepared. I'm doing this off the cuff. In the past year, the roads committee looked at the roads in general. The drainage of the roads is a major concern because a lot of the swale owners aren't cleaning the swales, so the water builds up, if it gets up underneath the road and you have from freezing, it's going to break up your roads. So the administration's been trying to get the homeowners to start cleaning up their swales. The administration's taking care of a lot of the canopy because the roads need sunlight. If you start getting vegetation growing right next to the roads and on the roads, the roots will tear up a road more than frost will. We also did some weed killing this year along the tar and chip roads. I feel that needs to be expanded for next year because if a weed gets underneath the tar and chip road, it will break it up. And once it starts breaking up, it's going to go like a spider. I mean, it takes off. I wrote up the spec for the resurfacing and the paving work because I'm third generation in the road building business. I have more stone under my paved driveway than most roads in this village. It's a disgrace. I got toned down because I wanted to put more stone underneath what was being reconstructed. And I'm thinking of budget, but I also think of longevity. If you don't have a good base, I don't care how much blacktop or tar and chip you put on it, it's going to break up. And the Pocono winters aren't like they used to be, where you had one freeze and you didn't come out of it until the spring. Well, here we get frost today, and it gets warm, and that's the worst thing for any road, asphalt or tar and chip. We didn't do any, right now, this year, we should be resurfacing the original roads we did tar and chip 5 years ago. Tar and chip road will only last 4 to 5 years. Why the expenses were so much is under basically my recommendation. There was no crown in most of the roads. You need a crown to get the water off the road. A lot of these roads were flat and the water just laid on it, the worst thing in the world for a road. So going forward, after these 3 roads get done, there is a 4-inch stone modified base underneath the tar and chip roads. And that was to form a crown across the whole thing and have somewhat of a base. So going forward, the tar and chip prices should come down because now you're not doing the stone base. It's just tar and chip. And maybe we can add more roads because right now, if you go down, I walk Turkey and Partridge all the time, walking my dog, you'll see stone base. If we have a bad winter this year, that stone base starts getting loose and it's going to have potholes. I don't know if anybody remembers when I first bought here 13 years ago, you had to figure out which pothole you were going to hit because you had to hit one. These roads under Steve Pace, I'll tell you, they're 100 times better than they ever were. And that was the biggest complaint in this village was the roads. And it's not just for appearance. This is a 5-star community. You want good roads. If someone's got to get to your house in an emergency, you want to be able to handle the traffic. So anyway, that's a little bit of background. This past year, find out approvals, and this is late. Usually you want to award everything by the end of May, the latest. Ultimos, I understand, was awarded from this meeting, and he's going to start mid to end of August, weather permitting. And the reason with the October 15th date for being completed is PennDOT used to have a law where it had to be the substrate they were putting asphalt down, had to be 40 degrees and rising. Now PennDOT says, oh no, air temperature, well that's bogus. If you're putting blacktop down or asphalt on something that's 40 degrees or falling, it's not going to last. It's not going to get the adhesion. And also remember, asphalt's not made the way it used to be. They put so much recyclable material in asphalt today. That's why 940 looks the way it is. It comes up in sheets because it's not made with enough tar. And they do this because of cost. And I understand with the board, everybody wants to be afraid of spending money. If you don't maintain these roads today, and next year it's going to be even worse, it's going to cost you a lot more in the long run. And I understand it's 8% thing. I own many rental properties. And I maintain my properties. I don't wait for my roof to start leaking before I replace the roof. Well, the same thing with here. Lake Lane next year has to get, the shoulder has to be done. If you look, you start seeing all the cracks. I can show you pictures from 2 years ago where those cracks were only maybe 6 inches into the road. Now we have places where it's over 2 feet. If it gets into the main bed of the road, you're gonna start losing the road. You're gonna have major potholes. So going forward, I think the committee's gonna look at doing what we got prices on this year, but I think the main emphasis is reconstructing the shoulder on Lake Lane, because there's no stone under it. They paved right on top of the dirt. The tar and chip is going ahead and start resurfacing the roads that we did 5 years ago that are showing distress now. And then I know maintenance was gonna look at all the cracks that are on Lake Lane shoulders now, and some in the middle, is put tar on them, just so the water doesn't get into the cracks. If you get water in those cracks, and it freezes, you're gonna have more cracks a lot faster. So going forward, we have, for next year, I already know the board's not gonna approve it because it was over 237,000 this year. Next year it's gonna be more. Costs aren't going down. When you see crude oil prices go up, well, blacktop goes up even faster, tar goes up faster. But that was 237,000 just for the shoulder reconstruction. Yeah, could I cheapen it? Yeah, I could, instead of putting 8 inches of stone, I could go 6. I had 8 inches in my driveway. I mean, the shoulder takes, we don't have curbs. If you had curbs, you could do less because curbs hold the road. We have nothing holding the roads in. So if you get heavy loads on the edges, the road pushes out and it starts cracking. So besides doing the resurfacing of Stag, which is coming up, and other roads, I think the main thing next year is going to be the shoulder repair on Lake Lane. If you want to keep it. I mean, if not, I mean, everyone says reconstruct all of Lake Lane. Well, you guys are complaining about spending $200,000. We're well beyond that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that update and the background and your input. I will say that one reason that I think the current votes took so long to get to is the current board. It really wants, there are many on the current board who want to see us get to a strategy and a roadmap. What are we doing in the next 5 to 10 years in that space? Obviously we've got a new board coming in a month, so I think hopefully we'll get to a plan and then we can build an ongoing philosophy and cadence that we can see for the initial repair work that we need to do or build up work, and then hopefully recurrence supports.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I have a question. Given your experience in the industry, is it feasible to have something like a strategic road plan? Is that done? Is that a thing, or is that just a good idea?
It's a good idea. But depending on your weather and how big the winters are, will tear up a road. It's like on the resurfacing, they never had where you put taco down. Well, you have to have something to adhere to the old blacktop. So I started that when we redid the part of Stag and Windy Pine. It's just like everything else. I mean, I'm also a commercial builder, and I have companies that we go in and replace units, rooftop units, every 15 years, whether they need it or not, because they can't afford it to go down. We have cost constraints here, so it's good to have a strategic plan, but we're just trying to catch up because they were never constructed properly. You had test points done, and most of the road test points, I mean, they fail. So you just gotta take which is the worst at the time.
So then other communities in the Poconos would, in fact, as a best practice, have a long-term strategic plan for roads?
I don't know what they do up here, but where I come from, southeastern PA, yeah, they do.
So an HOA type situation would have a
And
long-term
now I live down the shore, and we have a whole bunch of HOAs, and they have it, but they also have to take care of the needs first. So they have a long-range plan, or as we call it, a wish list. But you gotta take care of getting up to some kind of level playing field.
Okay.
And we're not here yet here.
So there is at the moment no long-term strategic plan or wish list or whatever it's called for Locust Lake?
There have been,
Yeah.
there have been some reviews, there have been some plans. I think that they've often gotten derailed. You know, we didn't move forward with them, or other routes failed at bump from the original plan. I think today, we need to see that in a really concrete, really descriptive way. I mean, there have been some in the past. We didn't have anything that we felt like expressed for the next 10 years, because I think every year we end up saying, what's the most risk failing? We can't even get to the plan, we're just doing the worst failing component.
The big thing is drainage. I mean, the maintenance department's been doing a great job with drainage. But up until, what, 4 years ago, they didn't do any drainage. So you have to get the water off the roads. You have to keep the weeds off the roads.
And that's what the cleaning the swales is about?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions?
Andy, Steve actually put together, although I don't think it goes beyond this year, over the last couple of years, to your concern about a strategic plan, he had roads that were getting done each year.
Yes.
So there has been a strategic plan of sorts.
And that's where, like this year, we should be recoding the initial 5 roads, but that got pushed off because last year they didn't do what they were supposed to do. So you keep kicking the can down the road, and it's gonna keep costing more and more. But I'd say with the paved roads. I mean, Steve has, I have all what we got prices on this year, and we came, and the contractors was gonna bid on the whole package. But, and then we said, okay, if we're not gonna do the whole package, it was over 600 and some odd thousand. This is just for the paved roads. So then we say, okay, what's the worst ones? Well, Martha's is built on top of a swamp, going up to the maintenance yard. So, and it could get through the winter, but I doubt it. And everybody uses it, you have to take your trash there. So Steve had a strategic plan, but then we have to go by what's not approved, and then we're playing catch up.
Got it. But so if the board going forward wanted to create a strategic plan, it would not be, there is precedent, there's stuff that could be leveraged to kind of assemble the pieces
Yes.
with people who are knowledgeable like you to hopefully support that.
But if we get the roads up to somewhat of a standard, then you can say, okay, for the next 10 years, this is what we're going to do. Your dirt roads are the worst roads in the world. I mean, they will cost you more in the long run than a tar and chip road.
Okay, that's very helpful, thank you so much.
I don't know.
And thank you.
Yep.
And we have been investing, there's a lot of work that we're doing to continue to work on the drainage, the potholes, tarring over cracks. So our maintenance teams are working their very, very best to keep up with some of the stuff that pops up. And this will be a very big agenda item. I think this is probably the most pressing issue for the incoming board to work through. Because we just have more is going, we're going to get to the point of an assessment, because we have so much failure that we're going to have to make a really large purchase. Or go into debt to do it. All right, next is recreation. I didn't see Carrie or Diane, and I think Rita, you were, somebody may be okay to give an update for recreation?
Carrie reached out and asked if I could
Perfect, thank
present,
you.
since
Okay.
they're both not here. And
Okay.
if you want to say something later as well.
I'm talking for Kat. Kat would like to thank everyone who's been helping out and volunteering. Thanks to the gentleman who took the tables down and reset up everything for today's meeting, and also that they're going to be setting up for bingo. And there's calendars are available at the administration building for all the activities. Kat, we'd like to thank you for stepping up at the last minute. It's at least, it takes a village, that's why, and thank you for stepping up and leading us the direction, and we're always here to help you.
Thank you so much.
While I'm standing, I wanted to just ask one thing.
Just pull the mic up so that everybody can hear.
About the signage at Locust Lakes. There's a sign there that says, when the lifeguards aren't there, you're swimming at your own risk, and the life vest has to be worn. Is there any way we could get a sign there that life vests have to be worn at all times with or without a lifeguard there? We were there the other night, and it was very dangerous because kids were out there. We were afraid we were going to need another water rescue. And we said that life vests should be worn at all times, and they said they're only supposed to be worn if a lifeguard is there.
I was there a couple weekends ago, and there were questions about the way the signage works. I think it's something that we need to look at and just validate. Perfect, great.
Thank you.
It was such a good idea. Kat had already thought about it, and she's already got it in the works.
There she goes, that's what we're
Tom, anything else that
Okay,
Karen?
yes, Carrie and Diane are co-chairs of Recreation. They're not physically here, but Carrie's been texting me. She asked me just to say a few words, saying, you know, that we did have a very vibrant rec meeting. We're rebuilding the department, the committee. The last meeting, we had an email chain created with the help of Joanne Garrity, and we had over 22 people added to the list. So years past, we had a very vibrant recreation committee. It dropped down to very nil. And like I said, at the last meeting, we had over 22 people sign up, and we have a group email that goes around for the committee. The committee met, and last night we had a barbecue. Tonight we have cash bingo. They worked on the July calendar and August calendar. At the last meeting, Rob was attending, Kat was attending, and what came out of that, we met on a Saturday, and by Tuesday, they had the whole glossy sheet set up for the next couple weeks that went out. So again, it was a team effort of everyone wanting to see rec succeed and what we could do. They're going to be meeting again in August to go over Labor Day, but they did template out the calendar. Like I said, cash bingo tonight. Looking into August, there's a minor league baseball outing. There's touch a truck and kids activities. There's going to be a sports activity like a round robin. There's going to be trivia. So the committee worked on a calendar to work on various ideas, coordinated with the office staff, got the immediate out. We have acting rec director, Kat. So it was very vibrant to bring it back and say, you know, let's get the barbecues back. This year we've been doing the food trucks at various events. The food trucks have been positive back, saying that they wanted to be at East Lake, and were very successful. So again, if anyone wants to join the rec committee or wants to make suggestions, bands, DJs, activities, you know, like I said, we had a very vibrant last meeting. The next meeting's come up, I believe, on August 2nd. Oh, there's going to be a fishing contest. So again, Town Square will be the publication for the activities, and weekly the office will put out one of those, you know, here's the week in a life, the summary of everything coming up.
Any questions for Recreation?
Yeah, I don't know if this is recreation, right? As far as Frank Falvey from Sealand, we buy our wood for these bonfires, and I was wondering if somebody could explain to me why do we do that? I mean, with the amount of trees that come down during the year that our maintenance people come and cut the tree up, why don't we throw that up in the debris pile in one area and use that for our bonfires?
Makes too much sense.
We have to. We've used it all up.
And we still need to buy more wood?
Well, they increased the amount of bonfires. We usually only had, from what I understand, again, I've only been here just over a year, they only had 3 major holidays, so Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day. We've added a couple more bonfires in the middle of that, so we've used up and exhausted all of the wood that was available. We do collect as much that's on the side of the road, maintenance does when they're able to, and or the contractors, when they drop a tree, they don't want to haul it off, they say, can we drop it in maintenance charge? So we have a place for them to do that, but we've used up all of that wood.
Right, and I see that we cut wood up into fireplace size and bundle it and then wrap it in plastic and bring it down to the bonfires.
Yes, sir.
I mean, in previous years, I thought they just brought big pieces of wood down there, piled them up, and I'm using a crazy example, threw a little gas on it, and we had a fire going, or a bonfire. Now we're feeding it with 24-inch pieces of split wood that you could use in your fireplace, per se. And that seems advantageous to using our maintenance staff to their best ability. You know, I mean, every time I go by and just get rid of my trash, I see that log splitter there, and I see wood that they're working on over the week when they have free time. But instead of that free time cutting wood, Maybe they could be out doing some other type of maintenance. I'm only saying trimming or grass cutting or, using that at a better.
The smaller pieces of wood, they burn fast. If they're real big, they don't burn fast. That's why they split them. To dry
Well,
them out.
do we want it to burn fast?
What's that? It won't burn, if it's real big, it won't burn as good. You'll be there all day throwing gas on it. You have to split it.
No, you
So-
don't. We've been
I-
here for
pardon?
23 years,
Okay.
and they
I mean, I think it's
split
a,
it.
yeah, it's a good suggestion, because I think we need to think about, are we using our people wisely, and our time wisely, are we using our resources wisely? I think there's definitely already been, the reason that we kind of only went to an interim rec director, we want to pause, we want to look at like, what are we doing as rec events, what are we putting into them? Is this, are we getting to the point that we're overdoing it versus underdoing it versus doing it in the most effective, efficient way? So this is kind of on, we did say, let's, I would say we did pause, because we're still doing all of our key events, but we're just kind of holding back so we can relook at and look at those. So I think that's fair input that we'll take into consideration as we look forward on that. We need to sum for, prices are going up, labor goes up, wood is difficult to get, tar is difficult to get.
It seems like we have so much wood.
Yeah.
We live in a forest here,
We
all
should.
those fallen trees.
It doesn't always as easy as we wish it would be, but it's something that we're gonna look at. I appreciate the
I have 2
comment.
cents. Yeah, because you also have the tree permits. So when everyone's gonna cut a tree down, you have the office has to already know. So there's a way that we know exactly where the fresh wood is being cut down by vendors that are not being paid by the hour. That why can't we, part of the permit process, when they remove a tree, the cost of that tree should be cut in segments anyways, to a certain degree. And then we just capitalize on that little evolution that we already all have. If we want to do it, cut a tree down, you cut a tree down, you gotta get a permit. Then, when they get the permit, we know that the vendor that's gonna do it is gonna cut it down, and then you can have an opportunity to get the sections. Just what you just said. And it's not us paying our maintenance guys, it's us just capitalizing on removal of the tree stuff. Simple.
In addition, the tree stock has to be split because it's 90% of the times it's not dry, so you can't throw the whole stump in there, it's not gonna burn. So it has to be split and dried because the majority of the trees that we're cutting down or that people cut down to, so for us to utilize, is not dry. And if you don't cut it and split it, it's probably gonna sit there for years before it's, and then by that time, we already need to use it. So that's probably why we're splitting them, so that way they are usable.
I do think there might also be a component for the employee safety, when they're putting all this wood together and they've got to transport it and move it, I think there's a little bit of like how they lift it, move it, that's another big piece that we've been, it's been a bone of contention. How's the wood getting moved, how's the wood getting stacked, who's stacking that in that space? So I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I just think that these are all the types of considerations we have to put in place as we think through the philosophy.
I don't even know if our development, I've been here roughly 30 years. I don't think our development had a splitter 20 years ago. I think they just took that wood, put it up in the pile area, and just brought it down to the bonfires and lit it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hear you.
I mean, we have splitters now.
No matter what, you should split your
Definitely.
wood. I mean, if you're gonna use, if it's green, you can't use it on the fire. So there's also the down wood that's already there can be easily segregated, and we can get ahead of this if we just tell them what to do. I mean, we can tell them to show the policy on that, and we can make it happen.
Any other questions for recreation?
Good.
All right, rules and regs, do you have any annual fees, Bill?
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the committee actually meets when requested to review items by the board or management. And basically, there are no major updates to rules or regulations this year, other than small clarifications such as plot plan details. We did discuss several items. We just discussed new construction to mark septic and well locations, culvert pipe to be added if required, silt fence required for construction of dwelling and garage, permits required for demolition of a dwelling. We're going to check to make sure that it conforms with the township rules. Accounts who are delinquent will not receive a permit. We need to define a time period for delinquency. And the last one that we looked at was any STR obtaining a township permit must apply for an LLB permit within 10 business days. So we just meet whenever we get the items to review. And that's basically it.
Any questions for Rules and Regs? Joanne, you want to give bylaws update?
Hi, the last meeting of the bylaw committee was in June. At that point, we developed a list of, we wrapped up our list of questions for the lawyer for both the covenants, the articles of incorporation, and the bylaws in its entirety. And those questions had to be teed up with our attorney, probably after the new board is seated in August. We'll have a meeting with the attorney in September, and we can address those questions at that time. There's a lot of discrepancies between the covenants and the rules and regulations that have to be explored for either correction of the rules and regs to be consistent with the covenant, or the acceptance of the risk, because we have a difference in how the covenants worded versus how the rules and regs are worded. And as far as the bylaws go, it looks like we may need a bigger revision than was planned. The original intent was to just pick out a few of the bylaws and have a correction from there. But after we got into reading of the articles and the titles, so Title 68 and the nonprofit article, I think it's 15, we're definitely going to need a consult with the attorney to see if our bylaws are in compliance with state rules and regs. I submitted a list of questions already to Sherry, who's the acting chair, and we have an agreement to get the attorney's input in September. And that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Any questions for Joanne?
I have one.
Yes. Oh, sorry, good to see you.
My name is Jenny, I'm at 1569 Lake Lane. I just have a quick question about the bylaws. Is your attempt in changing the bylaws going to be to modernize them with today's communication standards as opposed to 1965 standards?
Did you hear that, Joanne?
No, I don't know what she said.
The question was, when you make the attempt to change the bylaws, is there intent to modernize the communication expectations to today's current technology?
Well, there sure will be. The bylaws really aren't that specific as to what came up earlier as to the method of communication. But we can clarify, for sure, yes. But there's not a specific bylaw that requires you to call in versus text versus this or that. But we'll make sure that as we go through, that will clarify the line items more specific to issues that have come up that, that try to be addressed as one-offs because it's either a gray area or confusion. So in a roundabout way, the answer is yes.
Awesome. Any other questions? All right. Jenny, do you want to do SPR committee updates?
Oh, well, I have a microphone, I might as well go on. My name is Judy, again, I'm the current chair of the STR committee. We're very busy. We could use some help, by the way. Anybody wants to come on the committee, please see me, because we need help. I have found that tourism is a very hard thing for people. You have a lot of strange people come into your community. This is not an uncommon thing in any walk of life. Municipalities, they outreach, bring people in. Sorry, bring commerce into the area. But with that, issues come up. This is where your SDR committee comes in, and I want to tell you all that we have your back. Our committee is made up of not just rental owners. We are made up of people who live here full time, people who have owned vacation homes forever, and people who only rent. We represent everybody. So I want you to trust us that when we discuss an issue, that we are taking everybody's opinion into account. And if you have any questions, please call us, email us. We'll be happy to explain what it is that we do. We've had a lot of rotating doors right now, so there are a few people doing a lot of work. We could use some more help. We have In the past, we've had a lot of regulation changes, we've had a lot of community expectation changes that we work with the office, they come to us, we make recommendations on how you can handle things. The federal law came up with something this year that required us to be more transparent in the way charges are made. So the office staff has really stepped up to address these issues and make them work for everybody. So we have new things coming up this year that are going to be different dates for permitting, different dates for when things are due. And Jen asked me to remind everybody that we are now on a 1st and 15th of the month timeline to pay your registration dues that are posted on your account. And if you have any questions, I'm sure Jen or myself will be able to answer those for you. Those are all the things that we work on a regular basis. Any questions?
Jeff Matthew, Lake Lane. I actually have 2 questions. The first is, does the STR committee recommend a cap on the number of STRs in the community? And secondly, I know you guys switched to a different format of registration, a different payment amount versus what was previously. Has that been beneficial to Locust Lake, or has it been, and how does that stand, or has it only been beneficial to the STR owners?
It has not been beneficial to STR owners only.
Okay.
I think that there have been a bunch of bumps in the road because there was a lot of changes that happened all at one time. But they've been overcome, they've been worked through. I think that it's streamlined. That was the whole intent of the one fee, was to streamline and make it a little easier in the office. It was a lot of changes at one time, and they handled it very well. The cap discussion comes up all the time. We have been told legally, perhaps somebody else can speak to that it is not within the realm of our capability to limit people's use of their homes. And that is what you're talking about. You're saying that Kathy can't rent her home anymore because there's already too many permits. Well, she's not going to be happy about that, right? Because when she bought here, that was an option. So caps are kind of off the table. I know that a lot of people have been talking about these investors that are coming in. This is a fact. There are big investors coming in. They're buying our lots cheap. They're putting up cheap houses, and they're renting cheaply to undesirable folks. We don't like this either. So in our discussions, we've been discussing ways that we could, within short-term rental, but also just within the community itself, how can we stop these people? That's a complicated thing to accomplish because they're allowed to do it right now. So some of the ideas that we have come up with is if you apply for a permit in Locust Lake Village, you should have to own your house 1 to 2 years prior to being able to rent it. That's one idea. Another idea is, doesn't have anything to do with rental permits, it's just can Locust Lake Village people purchase these lots and donate them to the community as green space? That's something we've conversed and given verbal recommendations to. Can somebody buy an extra lot and have a reduced dues? Because, we'll still pay the taxes, but if we do, get a dues reduction in exchange for agreeing to not develop that piece of property. We are discussing all of these things, but we've been told that a cap really can't help it, so we have to think out of the box, think of other ways to do this. And it's a thing, we need to do it.
Anything you'd add, Greg, about the cap?
Sure. I think the only way you could try to impose a cap, either a percentage or a fixed number on the number of rentals in any community, would be to amend your declaration, which is like pulling teeth. I don't think it's ever been tried here. But what I can also relate to you is this. I have had some clients that have tried that,
and it's failed miserably. So, look, with the real estate market we have now, it's gonna be very difficult for you to get the non-decided voters to vote in favor of caps simply because they're gonna talk to their accountant, their lawyer, or their realtor and say, is my house worth more if I can rent it or not? And you know what the answer is. So legally, it's possible. To do it is a very significant effort.
I will, to your other question that you had, Jeff, about, you did the switch in the way the permit is done, you did that benefit in different ways. So we are a nonprofit, we can't profit from charging for STR rentals and things of that nature. We need to charge and bring income in that equals what we do in expenses. So it's not that like we're making, Locust Lake is somehow not getting as much as we used to for people who are doing rentals. It's that we're matching what it costs us to execute in that way. So this transition this past year was really meant to be because some owners might rent once a month, investors might rent 52 times a year. And so that to keep up with the execution of the work, we moved part of what would have been the one, it used to be all one payment, you paid X per year to have a permit to rent. And then there was sort of this a la carte of these pieces. We did move that to the 35 feet for every single registration to kind of help keep up with, as the staff do work, the payment comes in for every registration as it occurs.
Can that be scaled? So someone who's renting 20 plus
Well,
times a
they
year?
pay it every single time they rent. So if you rent once, you pay it once. If you rent 50 times, you pay it 50 times.
Also comment, if there's a complaint, if there's an issue that anybody is having, please call it in. Going on Facebook, griping about it and not letting security know, not letting us know, because we are proactive, we do address every issue. Just going this second route is not benefiting anybody. Let us know if there's an issue, and Ginny is doing an amazing job doing the process. It's a lot of work to do it, but our goal is to help the office deal with it, help everybody deal with it, minimize the disturbance on the residences here, because I own and I live here. So again, I do appreciate security helping me out. So if you don't call it, we don't know about it, we can't address the issue, and it's gonna pile up and you're gonna just fester with hating the community. Don't do that. You have an issue, call it in, please.
And I would add to that, if there's a problem issue, a house with a party house, things going on, you see that you've got noise complaints up. We have had, I'll call them bad actors, people who are just completely, constantly doing that and have ultimately lost their permits with Tobyhanna, is what you call them. We continue to fine them $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, and then eventually, if they just cannot get themselves together, they eventually lost their permits. So the process does work. Sometimes it takes time, because you have to, go through the levels. But every time we get a call about a complaint, we also notify Tobyhanna, so they end up getting fined both places in that sense. Oh, and Cool, sorry, but whatever township
Helen Leonard, 107 Sitka. I have a question on the legal opinion. You said you had former clients who tried to set a cap and failed. Why? Why did it fail? What was?
Well, I can't get inside people's heads, but I think practically, let's not fool anybody here. You either love them or you hate them. But if you are in that little group that is ambivalent about short-term rentals, you're gonna ask, what's best for me? What's best for my property? And many people we've been seeing is, if you don't know who we can ask, someone can give you a solid answer. You can call your attorney, you're gonna call your accountant, and then you're gonna call a realtor. And you know what answer they're all gonna tell you. Your property in this market may well be worth more if you're allowed to rent. And I think once they hear that, that's really swayed the vote. I mean, I think it's legal to put the question to the members as part of a declaration memo, which means, how many lots we have in here? A lot. 1,202. We would need 801 yes votes, written yes votes, to make that pass. It's and there's no time limit. I've had communities that have passed, actually, I had a community that did a declaration amendment, 45-unit subdivision. They heard whispers of an STR. They passed the amendment on a weekend. I have communities that have taken 8 years to get to 2/3. So it's a very challenging, expensive, time-consuming project.
Any other questions for STR? Thank you, guys. Thanks, Jenny. All right, Ski Hill Lake, you want to do Ski Hill, or you want me to skip and go?
Oh, no, I was gonna get the
Oh.
mic in. Thanks.
Oh.
I'm tired of sitting, that's why I want to stand up. Hello, good day to everybody. Wade Rochelle, and I chair the Ski Hill Maintenance group as far as and getting it ready for operations. It's this last year, I'm going to give you a summation. So the last year we had 3 days of operations, 2 days that was started operations, and then we had breakdowns due to lack of support. So T-bar, basically the individuals were pulling the T-bars, and they broke. And we have to shut down them because if they're broken, the spring's broken, then it won't go through the turnstiles. So we lost 2 days there. It's it wasn't a good year for operations, but at least we were open, and all the inspections and whatnot, we met those gates, and we were open. It's been now like that for, I think, this is the 3rd year, I think. We're gonna move into that process here in the next, actually August 30th, I'm shooting for a meeting so that we can start prepping, so that we can get ahead of this. We're always pushing the limit with maintenance not being ready, or we wait too long, and then we ask for the state inspection, and then they take 3 months to get it. So we're sometimes into December. We don't want that. We want to get it done by September. So September is the magic month. So we're roughly 18 hours of operations. I had a couple of the day points. 2 days we lost. Oh, and then the other part was the weather. I want everybody to remember how bad this last storm we had in the winter, when we had all that ice for a week and our maintenance worked overtime. That was 7 days worth of really cold weather. If things could have changed just a tad bit, that we'd have had a great snowfall. And we were ready. We were ready to come up here. We do our own grooming so that we don't take away time from maintenance. But if it falls falls midweek, maintenance should be able to handle it. That's part of the job of our maintenance is to take care of our roads. But then if it's a weekend, we should get support from rec department, and they have help, and then our volunteers. So one of the members on the boards wanted to know about training. Training was provided on 2 different occasions for both the lifts, for all the people, Jeff, Fran. I mean, we have a small core of people. We train everybody, and we renew the training every year so that we're familiar with it. And also the snowmobiles. Myself and Tommy Andrus, and Howard Powell, we actually did snowmobile. We groomed the hill basically this last entire winter. So just so that it's provided for all of you, all of your family and grandkids, family and friends. So it's a memory maker. So I want you to look at it as a memory maker. And Rita, and Reba, if you're here. So, yeah, it's a fun thing. It was wonderful to see 250 plus was out there for those 5 days. And you still can get out here and watch, and you don't have to necessarily ski. So, is there any questions? Yes.
Kathy Malloy, 217 Partridge. So I learned how to ski here when I was 7, so long time ago, 50 years ago. I know last month's meeting, it was discussed whether or not, I understand maintenance is busy when we have snow. But someone was saying back in the day, and I do remember this, maintenance did help, because that would seem to be a problem with the volunteers. Somebody was saying it last month, I'm not involved with the snow, I'm here with the ski, but someone was saying that having enough people to run the equipment has been an issue. and whether or not someone from the association that works here
Right.
can help.
That's,
Okay.
that's.
Just
Yeah,
wanted to
so-
know if there was any
So,
answer.
We've been, so if you didn't know, this has been a bone of contention with the board member here. And I've looked at the board and I looked at the manager, just to man the hills, plan for the hill. Sometimes, the snowstorm comes and it's last minute, 48 hours prior. Maintenance, then they said they would have people sick or they're doing the storm. But we have a commitment and the board's gonna change. The board's gonna change and it's gonna be a mandatory thing from the new board. Either that or the volunteers have to do it. Right now, volunteers are doing 100%. Because I think we had, on one day, 5 hours, we had one maintenance person out there. And everybody else was all volunteers. I never got to ski once. So to me, I don't think that's right. It used to be always be maintained operationally by the village. And we could supplement, we're not saying, we just want to enjoy the hills more. So I think, your point, thank you for asking, Pat, we've been trained, everybody's trained, but we need to get the staff to get out there involved too. And it should not be someone in staff saying that we're not doing it. That don't fly with me.
So if I could respond to that, as somebody who's been part of the budget process and the piece every past 3 years, I don't think that there's ever been anybody on the board who has said, no, we don't think staff should do it, or they shouldn't be responsible for the type of work. We get trained them. It comes down to a budgeting question. Is that, when there's snow on the ski hill, there is snow on the roads, and maintenance needs to be maintaining the roads and managing that. So if we're going to be maintaining the roads and staffing the ski hill, we need to budget for that, and we need to make sure we have enough salaries to support that. And either you're going to do some sort of seasonal staffing, that you've got someone on call to do it, or you're going to go into overtime. So when it has come up in the past as a bone of contention, I do agree, it's always been very debated heavily. It really comes down to, well, how do we fund that? Because if we fund that extra salaries and overtime in the budget, that's going to hit the dues as well. And so that's where the bone of contention comes from. You gotta pay for something somehow. It's gonna be definitely in this coming budget season and cycle, so we'll talk about it.
If I could chime in, since I do chair finance, excuse me, that.
I just wanted to say, we funded this comment about cost increases in dues. We've already funded the maintenance department with 2 additional full-time people over the last few years. That's 4,000 hours. We're only asking for 40 hours. This should absolutely be within the management control and will not be tolerated by me as a director.
Just to reiterate what Wade has stated, I've chaired finance, gone through the budget process. It's definitely more logistic and operational problem. As Wade said, if it's a snowstorm on a Saturday, well, maintenance is plowing roads. But what we saw this year and prior year is you need to have the commitment of the maintenance staff to be there for the ski opening days. And if you look at 5 days, Memorial Day or Martin Luther King, there's no reason that maintenance staff could not be dedicated to be at the ski hill, and that if they were going to build a picnic table or do other things, they do that on Tuesday, not on a Saturday. It's definitely a scheduling issue. We've debated about this a couple of years. It's the person's already hired. Yes, maintenance does a lot of things, but to have maintenance be pulled and know that they're going to work 3 or 4 Saturdays when the hill's open, it's an operational logistics issue that needs to be solved this year going forward.
Yeah, I agree. Any other questions for Ski Hill?
I do. Hi, I'm Russell Falvey. Wade, I really appreciate you championing our multi-million-dollar asset. Really appreciate you championing it. I wanted to ask if we could, or state that I think it should be a priority, that since we are a 12-month recreation community, that the rec department enhance the ski hill experience by offering things inside and outside of the chalet. this winter, whether the hill is open or not. I think it would make a really much better, robust experience. So I would like that to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
I do have another comment, just to everybody to think about. Some people don't ski. I want this asset, we're one of the only developments in the region to have our own ski hill. So I call it a discriminator in a positive fashion, because it's the reason why I bought here, and I bet many of you, this is an attribute that is good for our home values. So, and it's within cost. So as long as we can keep it going, and think of it, it's money on our paper, for our homes. So let's keep that in mind.
Just to follow up with Teresa said in the audience, that's come up in strategic planning. We have the asset, the ski hill, the recreation 12 months a year. So whether we're physically open to ski or there's snow on the ground, we just missed the safety requirement. That has been an element that we've talked about, to say, build your recreation activities, to say, okay, you're on the hill, if you can't ski, you can still do some type of snowman building contest or some other aspect to get families involved in the winter with recreation and have that interaction at the chalet and outside. And as Wade said, if you're not the skier in the family, but you want to come up and support the wintertime activity, that's an asset that we wanted to make use of. Thank you.
Yep, I think we heard that loud and clear. And for clarity, as I spoke about what I perceive to be vote of contention across the board, that was not my personal opinion in that matter. I was just giving global facts of where I think it's been challenged within all of the board members. All right, for strategic planning, the leaders of that group had stepped back for the past month with a lot of transition, so I'm going to give the update of what they had done. The strategic planning committee did do the annual survey this year, where they sent out to all members gathering insight and inputs on key topics like this. What do you value as an amenity? What's important? What should you be focusing on? There were just under 1,100 accounts that were identified with an email that we could access. We received 355 results from that. The next board will, empower another strategic planning committee chair. We're really going to have them, I would anticipate they would have them look into these results and what to do from that. But I did hear at the annual meeting, I want to just read some of the high-level themes. In general, the scores of we think security is acceptable, or which should be more or should be less. Generally, all of those scores were pretty consistent with the scores last year. But the high-level comments in a positive were a fitness center. Multiple residents expressed a desire for a fitness center, highlighting its potential benefits for health and wellness, suggesting developing a lot next to the chalet for this purpose. Another one was community events. There's enthusiasm for more community events such as DJ nights, live bands, wine tastings, mystery theater, and other entertainment activities. New amenities. Residents appreciate the idea of adding new amenities like a general store, bakery, or cafe, and a bar restaurant. Pool. Many residents are in favor of adding a swimming pool, seen as a valuable addition to the community. Recreational facilities. Suggestions included upgrading tennis and pickleball courts, creating walking trails, and improving playgrounds. On a negative side, comments that came through in general theme were road maintenance. Numerous comments emphasized the need for better road conditions, citing issues with potholes and general upkeep. Existing amenities, there are concerns about the neglect of current facilities, including bathrooms, beaches, and playgrounds. Residents request regular maintenance and improvements. The ski hill, some feedback indicates dissatisfaction with the management and maintenance of the ski hill, suggesting a reevaluation of its funding and use. I think that gets into the conversation we just had. Overcrowding. The high volume of short-term rentals is seen as a straining resource in overcrowding beaches. Communication. There is a call for better communication regarding existing amenities and activities to keep residents informed. And some miscellaneous were environmental concerns. Suggestions include improving natural areas such as creating nature trails and enhancing lake access for recreational activities. Safety and enforcement. Comments about better enforcement of community rules such as light laws and speed limits. And general satisfaction. Some residents expressed overall satisfaction with the amenities improvements made. So just to give you guys a snapshot of what were the results we got from people who did respond to the survey. Any questions, although I can't really speak to it because I was not actively part of the committee, but I'll try my best.
Hi, Terry Vazzari, 1418 Lake Lane. Can we try to spread out the activities
not to all be at Locust Lake on a holiday weekend?
I heard that suggestion. Okay, I'll get that. to
I
you.
love seeing a lot of people, but
Move it
it's
around.
gotten a little crazy.
Yeah. I think, Greg, Rita, did you say that that's an active plan? I think, I can't see it. but I know where it is. All right, well, that ends all of our committee updates from that perspective, and we'll now move on to the nomination committee giving their update. Andy?
Okay, the 2025 election process. Basically, to give you a quick recap of what we had. This year, there was a total of 3 board members completing their 3-year term limits. The members going off are Bob Christensen, who, of course, resigned 2 months prior to completing the term, Sherry Kubas, and Seth Liu. All 3 of these individuals are eligible to run again for a second term if they wish to do so. There have been 2 additional resignations that have taken place. Joe Drucker and Steve Pace have both resigned prior to completing their 3-year term. Both terms have a balance of 1 year as of election time. This means that there are a total of 3 3-year terms and 2 1-year terms that need to be filled for the 2025 election for the LLV Board of Directors. The 3 candidates receiving the most votes shall be elected to serve a full term of 3 years. Candidates elected with the next highest number of votes will complete the terms of the vacancies to be filled. Any questions in reference to that process?
I have a question. Is there anything in any of our bylaws or rules that says if you resign your term, that you shouldn't be rerunning?
Not that I'm aware of.
Unless your term limit,
But the term limit is just a year off the board, and then you could be running a committee, you're de facto in the middle of everything, and then you just run again, right?
Correct. The way the bylaws are written at this point in time, that is correct. That can happen.
Say that again.
Say what again?
Say that. What are you saying about?
Okay, the question, as she presented, from what I understand, a person has the possibility of being elected to a term of office and resigning in the middle of the term, and if it's a first-year term, they, even though they resigned and did not complete that commitment for the first-year term, they do have the ability to throw their hat, name in the hat, and run again for the second term, if they wish to do so. There's nothing, there's nothing in there to prevent that from happening, no.
Thanks for clarifying.
Okay. All right. As of this moment, the nominating committee has received a total of 7 validated approved petitions. The committee received 1 sealed envelope with a request that it be opened during the nominating process at the membership meeting today. The committee met and unanimously agreed during the meeting to honor this request since it was accepted by the office staff prior to closing acceptance guidelines. Upon review of the nominating committee chair, providing that the envelope contains a completed petition that meets the guidelines and requirements of the rules of the nominating process, including the 5-signature validation prior to meeting adjournment, the petition will be considered valid and will be accepted by the committee. If the above provisions are not met, the petition will be considered invalid and will not be considered by the committee. At this time, I will open up the envelope.
Can we ask the lawyer to speak to this?
Has this ever been done before?
well, when was, there was a deadline for you to receive
2 p.m. yesterday.
these things. That's, when they're received is when they should be opened. I mean, I don't know why someone, well, regardless, the committee has to treat all the applications the same.
Open it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting this after the fact. so-
Right, and here, the thing is, we don't even know if this is a petition.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
wouldn't wanna find out in front of 50 people what's in there.
Look and see.
Yeah, it might be anthrax, right?
Well, I've never heard of a request like this.
Either have we, but, you know, in due diligence, if this is a petition, and the petition was accepted prior to the deadline,
Okay.
if it does contain a petition.
Okay. So you're telling me someone put a big envelope with guidance, and that was the sealed envelope inside that bigger packet?
The envelope has the guidance written on the front of it.
Okay. And who is that from?
This is from Mike Wilczek.
Trim, the same as any other candidate?
If it is a petition.
I have no idea what's in it.
I even know.
It's a petition, it's it. Otherwise, you don't read it.
Just for clarity, the committee did meet last evening, to Andy's credit. They did discuss it, the entire committee, on how to handle this. And based on the fact of the envelope, the petitioner, and the current practice, the committee decided collectively that during the meeting, there are nominations accepted on the floor that have to be verified before the meeting adjourns. So they kept this petition and that criteria to meet that. That's the only standard that is in the bylaws. It does not mention it anywhere else in the bylaws on how to handle it. So the committee decided collectively to handle it this way.
And I think there was a push to ask the committee to handle it because it was putting the staff in a very uncomfortable, they were feeling very uncomfortable in the way that it was being managed with this. They've always received the petitions, opened it, and handed it to the nominating committee, so we chose to take them out of the middle of this issue and let the nominating committee manage it.
Can you name the other 7 people first, so this is not as like.
Here's the thing, according to the bylaws, the process, the nominating process states that the committee cannot present nominees unless the committee validates and ensures that the names they present can indeed run for the election. So at this point in time, I'm withholding that until, number one, if this is a petition, a valid petition, we can move forward with all of them. Plus, as well as we have not yet had the opportunity to solicit nominations from the floor, so everybody can be presented all at one time. Any questions there? Because that are they are the two stipulations in the bylaws, that the committee must feel confident with due diligence that the people are able to write.
So you're saying set that aside, do the other 6, then during nomination, do you open that one? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying withhold the names of presenting the nominees at this time until we open this up and can present everybody at one time.
Does he have to physically be present?
Or-
No.
Well, you need time to.
The way the bylaws read are, the nominating committee should issue a report. At the conclusion of that report, they can solicit additional candidacies from the floor if there's a signed petition with at least 5 names and the candidate has somehow given their assent to being nominated. Yeah, I probably would not have recommended the way this is handled, but we are where we are.
According to the bylaws, there's got to be nominations from the floor.
Yes.
So someone's got to nominate
Yes,
that
and there
person.
has to be a signed petition.
There has to be a signed petition.
Yes. So,
So unless you know what that's in the envelope, how can you make that?
I was inclined, I wouldn't have handled it that way. I would have opened it.
You would have opened it, and that's the deadline. So I guess we're bound by the deadline it was in.
So it was in, but
Was it in before Friday at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
And they say there's specific
Yeah, I mean,
instructions on the
is there any guidance that that is a nomination?
No.
Was it hand delivered or mailed?
It was hand delivered and second time, it was starters.
I cannot believe it.
Sorry, can I get a little, sorry, guys, I wanna hear it, so let's keep our commentary down in the audience. To the staff, Jen, I'm sorry to put you on the
That's
spot.
fine.
When you received it, it was specifically said, this is the nominating.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
And he
But-
told me not to open it, and I told him that I needed to verify the signatures, and he literally told me, do not open or else.
But then if it's not open, then it's not physically, then it's not.
I just wanted to validate what had been
Yes.
conveyed for
Yes.
to staff.
As I said, it should have been open last night, but we are where we are.
Yeah.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not.
You also have the opportunity to announce a nomination from the floor now, so this person, right? That would have been an option if anybody else wanted to.
Well, my intent was, once upon opening this, to have a process of verifying the 5 signatures, which is a requirement through admin, and at that point in time, while that's taking place, to open nominations from the floor.
I like it, Rick. That's good.
Okay.
I mean, assuming there's a nomination in there, it was received last night.
Yes, sir.
It was received.
Yeah, so I don't think that needs to have I don't think you have to follow step 2 of the nominating procedure today where there needs to be a nomination from the floor, because that was received prior to the deadline.
Well, no, the nominations from the floor has nothing to do with
Any addition?
to this.
Okay, so I'm clear. You have 6 in hand plus whatever's in your hand that you believe to be a nominee.
We have 7 plus.
Okay, so that would be 8. Assuming it's, okay. I mean, I guess we can open. I mean, I don't know why I wasn't open last night, but I think we got to open it.
Got specific instructions not to open it until today.
But the tail doesn't wag
So
the tail doesn't wag the dog. You know, your committee, you have to follow the same procedure for everything. So I don't, again, it should, my recommendation, it should have been open last night, and I don't see a basis to not open it. I mean, it should have been open last night.
But if it was open last night, so how did it receive?
The board, you want a board decision?
I'd rather let the members decide at the ballot box. I mean, it was received by a deadline. I think the committee should open it last night, but it was received by the deadline. So that was a decision, it wasn't a failure on the candidate. The committee just treated it differently. So I think you have to open it.
Maybe it's just a nasty letter.
If it is.
No, wait, now that's all based on the fact that Jen represented that when it was handed to her, there was some representation that this is a nominating petition.
That's what he said.
I mean, what I recommend, if that's not a nominating petition, then I think we just wasted about 10 minutes of our life.
Let's move on.
All right,
We're really close to
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open it this time and see what's in there. Everybody stand.
In case there's anything to do.
We're getting punchy.
Okay, it is a nominating petition. Looking and reviewing it, at this time, there are 5 signatures on there.
We could just have Jen verify that.
Including, there is answers to the questions, and it is signed and dated, so therefore, the way first appearance, it does look like a petition. At this time, we'll verify the 5 signatures to make sure that everyone's in members of good standing. At this time, Madam Chair, would you lead up the floor for?
Wait, we need to know we need the report from the nominating. Only after that can you accept nomination from the board.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Rick.
What we have now is we have 7 approved petitions that have been approved as valid nominating petitions. When I announce your name, please stand up to be recognized. First is Sherry Kubis. Bill Dorner. Patricius Ross. Elias Sadayan. David Harris. Mike Pizzeri. And Frank DeVito.
He's online.
Oh, Frank's here? He's on, okay. Those 7 individuals will be on the ballot for this year's election. Okay, we have verified the 5 signatures on this particular petition submitted by Michael Wilczek, and therefore he will be number 8 in as far as being listed on the ballot for this year's election. At this time, Madam Chair, you open the floor for nominations from the floor.
All right, I'll open the floor for nominations on the floor. Anybody else want to put your hat in the ring? Come on, Jen.
No, it's okay.
All right, I think you got it there, Andy.
Okay, you want to move nominations to be closed?
Yep. Can I get a motion to disband?
I'll motion.
I second.
All right, Tom, motion, and Wade seconded?
Bill.
Oh, Bill, okay. Tom motioned and Bill seconded. Any discussion? All in favor to disband the nominating committee? Aye. Any nays? Joanne, you still there? Maybe I've lost her in the past couple of times. Joanne, about 4 minutes ago.
One
had to
question
step
of
up.
order.
Yes.
Scott Hancock, 138 Cotton. I just want to point out, this is a meeting of the membership, not of the board, right? So these are all questions to be addressed to the membership.
The nomination or the motion should come from the floor, and we got members.
Well, you guys are members too, so it's not inappropriate for you to make questions.
Thank you for the cross-check in my first year with Manuel.
Thank you, Scott. Okay. Okay, nominations. All right.
We took first and second.
Okay, all the nominations are closed at this time.
Was there a vote on that?
No, there was no vote. No, we did
I
first
thought
and
we raised
second.
our hand.
Did we? Yeah. Oh, yeah, everyone.
Yeah, everyone, Joanne is absent now.
Yeah, I think there should be a motion, a second, and a vote of the entire membership on whether it goes in nominations.
I second that.
Okay, so.
Okay, we gotta get an even number.
Yeah.
All right, so how do we?
So
yeah.
you have the motion and the second on the record.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor of closing nominations for additional candidates, signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Membership.
Any opposed?
Okay, the ayes have it. The nominations are closed. We have 8 candidates for 5 seats. Now I guess we need a motion from the floor to disband the nomination.
I so move.
Name
Name and address, please.
Scott Hancock, 138 Cottontown.
And
Fran
Brandon, we'll be a second.
143C.
Any discussion? Ban, already banning the nominating committee. All in favor?
Audience, yeah.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion is passed. Stand nominating committee. So now I need to appoint, as board chair, the election committee chair and their members. Andy Gross, I'm appointing you as committee chair for the election committee. We've identified, the members will remain with Dave Legib, Pat Foley, Jeff Hutton, Mike Pace, and Fran Odenek. Are you
at this time, what we're going to do is pick the listing order for the ballots, okay? How the candidates will be listed on the ballots. If I could ask my able-bodied assistant, Jeff,
Yes.
to come up here and we borrow your hat?
The lucky hat.
I had to wear a hat today, yeah?
It's a point.
What I have here is 8 names.
Hold on one second, Andy.
One second.
Hold on one second. Discussing these
Go ahead.
here. Guys are not very good at this, getting used to all these nuanced rules.
No, the chair has the chair appoints.
Validating? There was a question on whether I appointed directly as chair or it needed to be motioned and voted on. We're all comfortable that it's the chair appoints it? Thank you. Great, go ahead.
Okay, proceed. All right, what we have here, we have 8 names of the candidates. Jeff's going to go around. I'm going to ask members from the audience to pick them one at a time, and that will be the listing order as listed on the ballots.
Okay, read it.
Read it out. Call it out.
Mike Wilczek.
Mike
Frank DeVito.
Frank DeVito, number 2.
You're gonna look at it?
You're sorry for me now?
Bill Dorn.
Bill Dorner, number 3.
And we have in here Sherry Kubis.
What do you got?
Sherry Kubis.
David Harris.
David Harris. Elias Sabe.
Mike Zari.
Mike Bizzari.
That's Ross.
Patricia Ross. Okay, 8 candidates. The listing order on the ballot will be Mike Wilczek, Frank DeVito, Sherry Kubis, David Harris, Elias Sade, and Mike Pizzari, and Pat Spross in that order. Okay.
You just
It's Bill Dorner.
I think you, Bill Dorner was on.
I'm at Frank.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Mike, Frank, Bill, Shirley, David, Mike, and Pat. Okay, got it. Okay. Andy, yes, the order. Number 1, Mike. 2, Frank. 3, Bill Dorner. 4, Sherry Kubis. 5, David. 6, Elias. 7, Mike. And 8 is Patricia. Perfect, thank you.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes.
With Mike Wilczek, he has 30 days for the lawsuit. Can he run for board if he's that's still the 30 days?
Yes, if he's elected, certain safeguards have to be put in place after the fact. He's not prohibited from running.
Okay.
Any individual filed a lawsuit prohibits me.
Let's cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay. Next event we have coming up is Meet the Candidates Night, which will be August 1st, 7 o'clock here at the Chalet. Of course, the ballots will be going out. One of the things I want to do is that I will make available on Town Square, I guess is the only medium we have right now.
We can officially.
Town Square.
Town Square.
Town Square, What I'll do is I'll publish the answers to the questions for everybody to make it available for everyone that wants to review the list of answers to the questions for each and every candidate prior to meet the candidates night, so everyone will have an opportunity to review that prior to that and prior to the voting process. As well as also publish an email address for the membership for those who want to submit a question to the candidates to be asked on Meet the Candidates Night. All that will be coming up within the next week.
What's the date the ballots are going out?
Ballots will be going out Tuesday, June 20. July 29th, that's what I said, July 29th.
No later than that, we'll try to get it out as soon as we
Yeah,
can.
now, here again, you know, same as other years, we have electronic voting as well as mail-in ballots. As far as the calculation of the votes, there will be no Locust Lake Village involvement with the counting of the votes. All this is done by third parties, both electronic and mail-in as well. Mail-in ballots and everything will be tallied and calculated by Owens & Company, which is our certified public accountants, third party, which was picked by the board in reference to do that. So in other words, there will be no involvement either by staff or volunteers in the election accounting process. Another thing to keep in mind, make sure that you have a current email address so you can receive your electronic ballot, as well as make sure your mailing address is correct so you receive your paper ballot. Now, bear in mind, you can only vote either electronic or mail-in. Can't do both. There's a mechanism in place, for it to catch that if that does happen. And in past elections, yes, we've had a few, and they got sanitized by the certified public accountants as far as doing it. And of course, with that, the one vote gets discounted. I think the first vote coming in is the one that they count. I think it is right now. But anyway, you can only have one vote, okay? As far as mail-in ballots are concerned, there will be no mail-in ballots accepted by the office. All mail-in ballots must be mailed to, there will be an enclosed envelope with the address of the accountant's address, name and address on it, and be mailed to them directly. So in other words, don't be dropping off ballots at the office and ask for us to forward it, because they will not be accepted at the office. It must be directly mailed, if you choose to do a mail-in ballot, by the person submitting the ballot. Any questions on that? Anything else?
One question in the back, Sue?
Just really quick with the flyers.
Yes.
I've seen the flyers that people do, and you tell them you can only keep it so many words. And some people do a page, and then other people go by rules. Can you at least try to tighten that up a little bit this year?
Yeah, everyone has an opportunity to do that, and we leave that option up to the candidates.
You said how many words go last, right?
Yeah, I think that we try to keep it within 100, I think this year it's 100 words, I believe, yeah. In order to do that, yeah. Yes?
In the past, there have been some bios that have been not necessarily true. Is there going to be fact checking on these?
Well, you as a concerned voter, I think maybe perhaps, should do your due diligence, as far as, vetting that process. That can be, a pro or a con, for voting for that person. So all that's taken into consideration. We don't get involved with actually getting down to the nitty-gritty and vetting each and every one of them. And I think that's
Excuse me,
Hey,
Andy,
with
are you
all-
gonna tell me that if Joe Schmo says he's part of the CNT committee, and I've seen him once in 5 years, that's okay by you?
Exactly.
Well, it's not okay by me, you know, but.
But that can easily be fact-checked, very easily. I think you need to fact-check these statements and take out anything that is known false that you can verify.
If it's verifiable, yes, we can certainly do, yes.
Things within our control. I think maybe what I'm hearing is if people make statements about interactions with board or Locust Lake, with Locust Lake business that we can verify, we can fact check those. We can't fact check like where the person worked and things of that nature.
Well, yeah, when it comes to, you know, work history backgrounds and that type of thing, it'd be kind of difficult in order to do that. But the obvious, yeah, that it picks out, so we certainly can do that, yes.
Any other questions?
Anything else?
All right, guys. Thank you,
Okay.
Andy. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
All right. So we move into members' comments. I do want to be thoughtful. A couple of board of directors had some hard stops where they needed to move. We lost train a little bit ago. In that sense, if you're going to come up, please state your name, your address. I do want to try to keep it, to minimum so that we make sure that we hear everybody, we give everybody a chance. So just why don't you guys all come line up over here on this side, and Jen will pass you the mic.
Fran Lilligan, 174 Sealy. I have a question for our solicitor. Now, in that lawsuit, the village is the defendant, correct?
Correct. There were a lot of individual former and current, former directors and staff as well.
Right. Is there any way that as the defendants can recoup any of the expenses of the court from the plaintiff?
They're free to consider that. It was covered by insurance counsel. I don't know what your deductible was, but any individual defendant has the right to pursue such a claim, but I'm not gonna advise any of them. I can't give them individual advice as to whether they wanna pursue that.
No, I'm not saying that.
Can they? Sure.
Okay, and one last thing. You saw volunteers come up here today. You saw, well, some of them are gone now, but they're gone. Well, anyway, the fact is everybody on that board is a volunteer. And without the volunteers, we don't have much of a village. Well, granted, there's been a groundswell in terms of people turning out. Is Rita still here? No, she's gone. Okay. But if you couldn't spend or afford 1 hour or maybe 2 hours a month, that's not asking much. So we are trying to get as many volunteers interested in all across all the committees. In fact, Andy Pirelli, he was an asset to the Roads Committee. The man brings all kind of authority, responsibility, and knowledge. Now, you don't have to be like an Andy. I mean, he's 1 in a million. But, well, Fran here, he's a volunteer over there at the grill. I don't think he has a certification from the American Gourmand Association or whatever.
Well, he does.
But the point is, you don't have to have those high professional qualifications to come volunteer. And the bottom line is, volunteers help save this village a lot of money in the end run. So please, spread the word. You got a friend, tell them to come on up. The volunteers would appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Frank.
Dawn Dayton, 157 Fawn. I just wanted to let everybody know here, anybody who knew Kay Kraus, you might have known him as Kay and Donna. Kay passed away last Saturday. There will be a celebration of life for her August 10th, and if you need more information about that, you always let me know, and I'll give you the address. It's going to be in Allentown. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Our condolences up to the family and friends.
Hi, my name's Barbara Halligan, I'm at 221 Beach. I had a whole list of questions, but this one went a little long, so I'm gonna limit myself to one. One of the bylaws is for the removal of a board member, conducting oneself in a manner which will adversely affect the confidence of the general membership in the association and the integrity of board members. How does that work? How do you decide the confidence of the community is being eroded by somebody?
That's a really great question. Unless you want to get into that, I mean, I can talk about process of if, so as chair, if anyone were to come to me and say there's a concern, we want to
There's
have,
concern, trust me.
we want to have somebody removed. There's a process to gather the information, the evidence,
Because you would have to gather it from everybody in the community. How would you do
Yeah,
that?
how do I do that from the community? That one I haven't crossed yet and like understanding that process. I think that if, this is what I'm gonna put out there, right now as acting chair for the next 16 or 19 days, whatever it is. If there's someone with concern, come to me. I will partner with legal counsel. We can think of a process if it's coming from the community versus a board of director group. My anticipation of how that would look is gathering whatever that concern is, the evidence towards that. That is taken to the board of directors. We would need 7 board of directors to agree to investigate the ask in that sense. If you get 7 votes yes to investigate that ask, a committee is formed of community members. They are then given the concern, they're given the evidence, whatever is backing that question and that ask. That committee then makes a recommendation that comes back to the board of directors. They then have to vote on it. You have to have 7 of 9 to vote yes to then move forward with that plan. Anything you would?
Yeah, I mean, your bylaws are pretty peculiar, and I agree that that language, that standard is clear as mud, but it says what it says. Conceivably, members could petition the board. Only the board can remove under your bylaws, which is unique. Conceivably, the members can petition the board, and the board can, amongst the 9 of them, decide we want to pursue this.
So if you basically have a position of 50 members.
The board can always consider a petition from the members.
Right.
To take something like a removal petition, but I'll tell you, I've never seen bylaws like yours. No one has a removal procedure like you guys.
Greg, I got a question for Greg, for Greg. If this is a forum where our general membership, our community is present and under a quorum, so couldn't this be the same venue right now that you could get, they could actually request something like that?
Look, request a removal or request
Or at least convey.
or request a guidance.
But it have to be a majority of the vote of the people in the room.
Wade, my rule of thumb these days is, am I gonna be able to defend this in front of a judge? Right now you have, how many people, 60 people out of,
I think it's
how many members in good standing? You have about maybe 5% of the membership.
We're less than a quorum now.
Well, even so, I mean, look, I don't like surprises. If there is a effort underfoot to challenge or question the activity or actions of a director or directors, I think they can submit something in writing, because at the end of the day, if the procedure moves forward, you're going to have 9 of you deciding on the fate of 1 or more, and that 1 or more, they're gonna have an opportunity to defend themselves. And if, depending on the results, I'd rather not have that battle go down to Stroudsburg as well.
Right.
So I don't, if it's a very serious matter, and I don't like spontaneity about serious matters. So
Okay.
I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matt?
Joan Prater, 250 White Pine. I'm not here enough to know what all that is about, but I just wanted to come and thank all our board members, present. You do a thankless job at times, but I appreciate you, and I think we do appreciate everything you do and the effort that you put forward, that we can have a good community, and I thank you for that.
Thanks.
Sue Deacon, 143 White Pine.
copy for the attorney.
I can hear you.
Oh, great, I know that. So, the person that just put in their name, Mike, to be run, he has 30 days to file the appeal for the lawsuit and can continue suing LLB and still run for the board? How does that work?
Well, every decision of a court of common pleas is appealable right within 30 days. So do they have the right to appeal? Sure. When we look at who can run, we have to look at your bylaws as to what the qualifications are. So long as any candidate meets the qualifications, if there's some side issue, like this lawsuit, there's no prohibition on him running. If he's elected, there's no prohibition on him serving. However, if the litigation is still active, I think some safeguards need to be put in place to avoid any conflicts of interest.
I mean, I thought there was something that you can have legal claims against the village and still run. I thought that was something last year.
Yeah, there's no prohibition.
Okay. Thank you for answering. And just one more question. Or do we really have 24 cameras, non-functional stuff? And what are we gonna do to address that? You know, yeah.
That has been taken out of my hands, I cannot answer.
But can you confirm there are 24 non?
I can confirm there's a large number of cameras, I don't know how many because my hands have been removed from that process and so is CNT.
Kathy Maloney, 217 Partridge. At last month's meeting, there was a discussion that I don't know if the attorney can talk to now, as far as, only because he brought it up earlier, how many people from the village would have to vote on something in order to get things changed. And he indicated it was like 800, where someone last month was saying it was like 50% of who's present, or which sounded all like a bunch of BS. So if you can clarify that?
Sure. Well, let me explain. In every community, including Locust Lake Village, you're governed by a series of documents, and they have different levels of legal authority. When the developer first created this place, he filed, in your case, it's a uniform set of restrictive covenants. That's considered your declaration. That's the most senior document that trumps everything else. In order to amend that, let's use our example, say there's 1,200 units in Locust Lake Village. You would need the written approval of 67% of everything, good standing or not. So you need written approvals for 801 units. That's never even been attempted, I don't think. I've been here 20 years. So that's one. But the second, once the community is created, the developer wants to develop property, not run a community for it. So he creates an entity, which you do that through the filing of what are called articles of incorporation. Articles are very basic. I think we changed it maybe 15 years ago regarding a 501c4 thing. But that would be a vote of the members with a quorum, a majority of those present voting with the quorum present at the meeting. They're very rare because usually the meat and potato stuff is the bylaws. Now bylaws, we see your amendment, Article 5.
50 plus 1.
Okay. So your bylaws don't tell you, they say, look back to another section. Let's see. Must be approved by a majority of votes. Article 3, Section 3A.
Percent of membership members in good standing plus 1.
Okay, Article 3, Section 1A. Approval of membership is. We're getting there. Article 3, Section 3. Okay. In matters or questions pertaining to amendments to the bylaws of the association, resolutions. Such decision shall be made by the majority vote, 50% plus 1 of total members in good standing. Again, another view. 50% of the members in good standing. How many members in good standing we have? Probably about 800.
No, 1,100 roughly. So you need 550 plus 1.
Yes.
All in favor or just voting?
All in favor.
Okay, because the person,
They
from
said
what
it
I,
wrong.
He said
well,
it
they were
wrong.
saying if 200 people vote,
No.
they only need 101.
It's got to be.
So I just want to make sure
Yes,
it's back.
50% of the membership. 515 plus one
That's
more.
in good standing. Okay.
In good standing.
Now, the easy one is, below, we have declaration, articles, bylaws, and rules. Rules are the easiest, because they're amended by these 9 people up here after notice of membership. But, so, depending on what you're trying to do, you then have to identify where does this fit best in the 4 documents, and only then we decide how to make the change.
Articles of incorporation would be the majority of who's present, you know, in the quorum, so like that would, you know, if you get a quorum here, that one you could probably easily do, but the components within that articles are pretty limited in what you can affect. Any other questions, comments? Where did the mic go? We lose it?
Chad, Mike, people?
It's not a lot of people.
I don't know, is anybody left online, Jen?
Huh?
Is anybody left online? Yep. Okay.
Helen Leonard, 107 Sitka. During the regular meeting, there was a motion to reword the motion, and I just wanted to give a comment on that. I just think it was self-serving, and that as a recommendation, that you should put something in, I don't know, bylaws, rules, or whatever, that can't be done. Once the vote is done, the vote is done. Because to me, if a director comes to a meeting and is not fully informed about what they should be informed of, then they don't vote, which was the correct vote initially. But then to change it, just so you can get the vote you want, to me, it's just like Steph said, it's circular, because then someone else could have put a motion to change that wording. So my recommendation is put something in the rules, bylaws, whatever it is, that you can't do that again, because it doesn't help the community, and it kind of makes the board look ridiculous.
He was afforded the opportunity at our workshops and had sufficient time to get up to speed.
I mean, I just want to be clear though, like, if we don't have it explicitly spelled out in our bylaws, we have to follow Robert's rules, and that is an option in that space. So whether I like it or not, you know, it's a process that we currently live by.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna make one comment. I apologize to everybody. As a board, or whoever else is running for the board, as somebody that tries to stay somewhat involved, phone-ins are crap. You either show up or you don't, which is one reason why I think it's hard to run for the board, or you count it as an absence. But, you know, what the attorney was saying is, if, and it's nothing against Joanna, but if you're not communicating back and forth or talking to the discussion that adds into the vote, then she should have been counted as an absence, if that's, it's just the way it is. And when you hear somebody shouting on a phone through a microphone out here, none of us can understand what's going on. And, you know, and it has happened with certain people over and over again, that, I mean, they got elected and nobody was showing up. I didn't even know what the person looked like. And I come to almost all the meetings. I don't understand how, like, I don't know who somebody looks like a year later.
One thing I considered.
Not Joanna.
One thing I have considered if I were lucky enough to be reelected and stay chair is, do we even move the meetings to an evening? Similar to most townships run their board meetings like business on a Tuesday evening, for example. This is very difficult. You know, all of us are giving up our Saturday. Right?
Saturday, no, I totally agree. Which is why I don't know.
Any other comments? Let's move to director's comments. Tom, would you like to go first?
Yeah, the air conditioning is really cranky.
It is.
We need to keep the people cool back here.
Thank you all for coming out and participating. And like I said, on the rec schedule, there's a cash bingo tonight if you so choose. And enjoy your rest of the weekend.
Everybody, thank you for coming out, and remember, vote for number 3. Thank you.
I got a few things. Number one, tonight's bingo. I hope everybody shows up. That's number one. Number two is the loss in this community of Bob, Joe, and Steve is huge. Listening to the vocal minority does not improve the village. If you guys want to improve the village, you need to stand up and open your mouth to these people. Everybody should have an opinion. It's okay for people to have different opinions. That's why we're all here. But to let a few people do things doesn't fly by me. That's why I want to know right now from this board why Joanne is not allowed to be on this board. She has slandered the board. Excuse me. I know. I want you to know that last month I had to go to a family wedding. I was in Florida. She took that time to attack me during the board meeting. That is not a code of conduct. That right away, she should have been thrown out of the meeting immediately. There should not have been any chance for her to continue. Slandering me while I'm not here, that is not good. Then I'm going to go on to the lawsuit. The lawsuit was thrown out. The judge threw it out. What does Joanne post on Facebook? It was a technicality. Bullshit. This village is here. I've been here for 50 years.
I'm just going to take a deep breath and calm down.
That's
I will
fine.
have to ask you to stop.
That's
You
fine.
cannot keep yourself up.
I have been in this community for 50 years. I'm not exaggerating, so Kathy, I want to see this place be right for my kids and my grandkids, not run by people who want to do things to destroy it. How about we even have home, I would even like to see us say, how about homeowners on the board? Joanne's not a homeowner. This board doesn't have the balls to throw her out. That is my opinion.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
I'm sorry. I want to say that I need everybody to please voice your opinion. Your opinions mean a lot. I'm willing to speak to anybody at any time, and you're going to get the truth out of me. I have no agenda. My agenda is to continue living in this community and making it the best it can be. That is what I want.
In response, I chose to run last month's meeting the way that I felt was best in the moment, considering all things. And I'm sorry if you didn't like the way this ran.
Well, you're kind of thrown on the spot.
But I will own that, and I apologize if there was any consideration that I did not run it well, but I did what I thought was best in the moment for all things considered. Wait, anything
I'm gonna address this observation I saw with the new director, who was put in the first seat to ask a question about, and it's based on parliamentary ethics, Robert's rules. And I think Greg Mulaski, you can weigh in and say, what is it proper still or not? Can you amend a motion or not? Yes or no?
Well,
Can you?
That's not the proper question. If the question is what occurred, it's not prohibited. I don't think it's best practice, but it's not prohibited.
But I observed a member who was basically trying, he was not sure. And then he abstained, I think that's what he did. And then we went around the room, and it became then not a clear-cut decision, it became a balancing decision. And to me, there's people in here who will never agree with what I did. But what I did was I gave the opportunity for the board to properly reflect a newbie. I mean, Pat, you voted. So he was the first one who we asked. So, okay, we voted, we knew there was a tie, but then what it was is it was gave an opportunity to be heard. And that's what I did, to be fair. Not that I agreed with one way or the other. I've done that before. I've seconded motions that I don't agree with. I just want the members to be heard. So, to me, I apologize if I upset you, but I wanted to make sure our constituent had a vote, not a zero. I want a yes or no. That was it. So I apologize for that. I'll do it again. I'll always represent, and that's the kind of attitude right there that I heard. That I'm trying to do what's good for the village, not for just a few. Thank you.
Karen?
Thank you all for coming. Have a great weekend, everyone.
I second that. See you on Meet the Candidates night. Be there.
Thanks everyone for coming. Thanks for participating.
Motion for adjournment.
My director's update. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for navigating through for the past year. Please get involved and vote. Obviously, this is an important time where everyone's opinion is really going to be important to come down to it. Can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion for adjournment.
Seth? motion.
Tom's
Tom has a
second.
second.